After the end of World War II, the world was split into two, East and West. This marked the beginning of the era called the Cold War.
Cosa è ispirato a Grey Fox stamattina? La papera? Madonna il volume. Tomati. Ma tu sei un Fox Sound.
Flying over Pakistan, altitude 30,000 feet.
Approaching Soviet airspace.
20 minutes to drop off.
Commencing internal depressurization. Equipment check.
Non l'ho mai giocato su sto televisore, madonna come si vede
All
meglio.
right. You ready to go?
Drop zone still showing a high pressure mass.
Sei Johnny Timer?
Good.
Tomato Johnny? Tomato Johnny? Guarda chi l'ha fatto, guarda chi l'ha fatto il gioco. Guarda, lui.
Put out that cigar. Connecting oxygen hose to interior connector. Put on your mask.
La citazione a chance. Oh no, è un cavaliere un cavaliere divino, quindi.
Does this panty waste know what he's doing?
Hai visto cosa ha detto? Basta. Chiudiamo il canale, Tomatino. Non avrebbe dovuto.
Hey, are you deaf?
He said put out the cigar and put on your mask.
Il sigaro, Tomatino. Guarda, il sigaro, Tomatino. Ha chiesto se gli piacciono le verdure. No.
Depressurization complete.
Checking oxygen supply.
I sigari possono non essere vegani, Tomatino. Illuminami. Non so come si fa un sigaro.
Sunrise.
External temperature minus 46 degrees Celsius. 2 minutes to drop off. Stand up.
Stand up.
At 130 miles per hour. Try not to get frostbite from the wind chill.
1 minute to drop off. Move to the rear.
Com'è che si chiama questo tipo di salo, Tomatino? No, l'ha già detto, niente.
The world's first halo jump.
Scusa, Tomatino, non ho potuto farti il quiz a sorpresa.
Status okay. All green.
Prepare for drop off.
Sarà una citazione a Master Chief, ovviamente, sì.
4, 3,
Guarda, c'è Dimeter.
Spread your wings.
and fly. God be with you.
Dai, Dimmino, oggi ti spiegherò la trama di Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. Hai detto così, ok, allora non ti spiego un cazzo, Dimmino, basta. Vattene a studiare nella wiki, ma io non so. Subito. È proprio un idio...
Some important news.
Un idio Kojima.
The head of the CIA has finally given us the green light for the virtuous mission.
Virtual mission?
No, the virtuous mission. The future of our Fox unit depends on it. If it succeeds, we'll be officially organized into a unit.
Virtuous mission?
Ah, che sexy,
Sounds
Dimmino.
like some kind of initiation ritual.
You know, don't get cocky. This isn't a training op.
Right.
Ho sonno, io non ho dormito stanotte.
Well,
Però che cazzo faccio, eh? Che cazzo faccio?
a certain Soviet scientist requested asylum in the West through one of our moles.
Perché ho dovuto andare a lavorare alle 2.
He's head of the OKB 754 Design Bureau,
Alle 2.
the Soviets' top secret weapon research facilities, and the East's foremost expert on weapons development.
Ma amareggiato, sono differente,
The
cioè...
very same.
È un progettino, non è una roba grossa. Lo tratto come va. Lo tratto come è stato
In
presentato.
history.
The Earth was blue, but there was no God.
Cornina.
Well spoken. The rocket that carried Yuri Gagarin to orbit was the A-1, known as the Vostok rocket. Sokolov is said to be the man most responsible for the multi-engine cluster used in that rocket. After Gagarin's flight, Sokolov left rocket development,
Gagarin.
head of the newly established Design Bureau.
From a lowly technician to head of a design bureau, that's quite a success story. So why do you want to defect?
It seems he'd become afraid of his own creations.
Afraid.
Call it a crisis of conscience.
And for that, he left his country and his family behind and went over the fence?
Not exactly. One of his conditions was that his family was also to be taken safely to the west. We used a mole to get the family out first and succeeded in sneaking Sokolov over the Berlin Wall shortly afterwards. I was the one who conducted the operation.
The security...
Voglio un prequel su questa storia.
Then what?
We got Sokolov over in one piece, but the whole ordeal had left him exhausted, and we checked him into a hospital in West Berlin. It took him 2 weeks and more than 600 miles to get from the research facility in the Soviet Union to Berlin. He was in no condition to say anything coherent. And it was only a week later that we had something much bigger on our hands.
La crisi missilistica cubana.
Cuban Missile Crisis.
La sapevo.
October the 16th, 1962, President Kennedy received word that the Soviets were in the process of deploying intermediate-range ballistic missiles in Cuba. The president demanded that the Soviets dismantle and remove the missiles. At the same time, he announced a naval blockade to prevent further missile shipments from reaching Cuba. But the Soviets didn't back down, instead placing their armed forces on secondary alert. Soviet transport ships carrying missiles continued on course towards Cuba. US and Soviet forces went on alert for an all-out nuclear war. Frantic negotiations were conducted through the UN's Emergency Security Council and unofficial channels to end the hair-trigger standoff. Finally, on October the 28th, the Soviet Union agreed to remove its missiles from Cuba.
Ma come domattina? Io pensavo fosse andata così. Pensavo che Nicopolo stesse facendo lo fiago hod.
Out, we had to make a deal.
You mean the one where the US agreed to remove its IRBMs from Turkey?
No.
E poi che ne sai che non è esistito davvero lo Shagod, Tomatino, eh?
We were going to get rid of them anyway. They had no strategic value whatsoever.
Semplicemente lo hanno insabbiato, ma è esistito veramente.
A cover story that was fed to the other intelligence agencies around the world.
So what did the Russians really want?
Sokolov. They wanted us to return Sokolov.
You mean the Soviets pulled out of Cuba just to get their hands on Sokolov?
That's right.
What the hell was he working on?
At the time, we had no idea. We were running out of time. It was either give up Sokolov or risk full-scale nuclear war. In the end, we had no choice.
Tomatino, fai qualcosa, c'è un vegano che mi attacca.
Demand.
Tomatino, proteggimi dai vegani, presto.
Out of the hospital.
Basta, ti metto il mio ginocchio. Anzi, lo faccio sembrare un cazzo, così mi bannano. Ecco. Ora disegno il taglio qua.
Then a month ago, we received some new information from one of our moles.
About Sokolov?
Yes. He was taken back
The
to the
vegan
research
shit.
and forced to continue working on the weapon in question.
Basta, andiamo a giocare. No, Tomattino, te la fai tu la ram vegana. Brutto porco, zozzo maiano. Il bipene, ecco. Fai peggio, ammazzali e lasciali lì.
Your mission is to infiltrate Selino Yarsk.
Selino Yarsk.
Ensure the safety of Sokolov and bring him back to the west.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-bam.
Before that weapon is complete,
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-bam.
the clock is ticking.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.
Once we've confirmed the rescue of Sokolov, stand by at the recovery point.
Fox.
The recovery balloon will be dropped at that point. Helium will
From
be
Fox
infused
to
into the balloon to inflate it.
Phantoms
The process
were
takes about
born.
20 minutes. Once it's complete, the gunship's arm will latch onto the balloon and pull it up.
The Fulton surface-to-air recovery system. I'm familiar with the theory.
Take it easy. It's been combat-proven.
Do you think Sokolov is up to it?
The shock will be less than during a parachute jump, and the arm can handle up to 500 pounds.
So you're planning on going over the border in a single combat talon?
She's equipped with two 6-barrel 20mm Vulcan cannons, as well as two 40mm machine guns.
Sounds like she could hold her own against a battalion of tanks.
Even with the fuel in the reserve tank, we're facing a 4-hour time limit. If all goes well, it shouldn't take more than a few hours.
Home in time for dinner.
Se ci metto più di 4 ore.
If goes wrong, you'll be eating dinner, breakfast, and all the rest of your meals in the jungle.
Guarda tutto super mega HD. Attenti tizi col muso verde, calma, Ti spacco quel muso verde. C'è Gennino. Adesso si toglie la maschera e sotto c'è Gennino. E fa kept you waiting. Stamattina hai già sgravato, Proprio che si sarà emozionato per il nuovo Assassin's Creed. Nella realtà parallela dove ha fatto il militare, dove è magro, forte, E lui è David. Kept you waiting.
Do you copy? You're already in enemy
Ho
territory.
insegnato io a Snake a usare il coltello.
We'll be using code names to refer to each other.
No, mi fa il cazziatone qui. Vedo che qua c'è la leva obbligatoria. Bomboni, calma, Se no ammazzo un pitone a caso. Lo faccio. Basta, lo faccio. Lo uccido. L'ho fatto. Un pippone. Tururururururu. Tururururururu. Guarda che chip è. Ah, eccolo lì. Medenv. Quindi non è grosso come un bambino di 8 anni.
I see you've retrieved your backpack, Snake. To equip a weapon, it's necessary to take it out of your backpack. In the survival viewer, choose Weapon from the backpack. Your available weapons will be displayed in a window in the upper left. From that list, choose the weapon you want to equip and press the Enter button. For other equipped items, just do the same thing from Item.
Got it. Use the survival viewer backpack.
Yep, that's right. Survival is fundamental to this mission. After you've been out in the field for a while, your stamina will start to drop. If your stamina gets too low, it'll affect your performance. You won't be able to shoot accurately, for example, and your wounds won't heal as
Gigantesco,
smoothly.
guardalo.
Keep an eye on your stamina so you don't run out. To recover lost stamina, you can
È
hunt
più
for
grande
local
del mio
flora and fauna.
ginocchio.
You can use either your tranquilizer gun or your knife to hunt.
My only weapon is a Mark 22 Hush Puppy tranquilizer gun?
That's right.
Hush
It's been
puppy.
fitted with its own suppressor. However, the suppressor will
Your back
deteriorate
puppy.
every time you fire. Once its durability reaches 0, the noise suppression effect will be gone. So don't get too trigger happy with it. The suppressor's durability is shown in the icon. Any weapons and equipment beyond what you're carrying now, you'll have to find as you go.
Che cazzo di posto era Exeter?
Whose crazy idea was this anyway?
Solo covert actions are standard Fox operating procedure. You can't leave any traces of your presence. No weapons, equipment, footprints, sweat, or bodily waste. The same goes for bullets and cartridges, too. Your presence in enemy territory is already a violation of international conventions of warfare. There aren't supposed to be any American soldiers in Russia. It could spark
È
an
fatto dalla Blue
international
Point questo remake, lascia
Can't
qua.
let anyone see you. You can't let the enemy know you're there. This is a stealth mission. You're a ghost, Snake, in every sense of the word. And there'll be no rescue if you're captured. The military and US government will deny any involvement in the affair.
Then I'll just have to take care of myself, huh?
I'm afraid so. You've been given a fake death pill for that purpose. SIS guidelines stipulate that soldiers on covert ops like this one be issued a potassium cyanide capsule. Tape it to your body so you can take it when you need to.
How generous of you.
Use it if you're taken prisoner by the enemy. It'll send you into a state of false death for a short time.
Fooling them into thinking that I'm really dead. So, how do I come back to life?
Just take the revival pill.
You mean that thing they put in my tooth before the mission?
That's the one. But be careful. If you remain in a state of false death for too long, nothing will be able to bring you back. Remember that.
I'll keep it in mind. You said this was a solo mission, right?
Right.
I guess that
Ed è unito capoluogo della contea inglese del Devon, anticamente
Correct. The mission rests
compresa nella
entirely in
isca
your
Dum
hands.
Monorium chiamata in cornico caresca in gallese carriga, e lo sanno tutti.
Who?
I'll introduce them to you. This time, survival is of utmost importance. The first member of the support team will be in charge of monitoring
Dai,
your
su, presentaci questi personaggi secondari minori.
as well as recording your mission data. She's a member of Fox as well, and she's here on the gunship with me.
She.
Hello, Snake. I'm paramedic. Nice to meet you.
Paramedic.
As in a medic who comes in by parachute.
Aren't you going to tell me your real name?
Are you going to tell me yours, Mr. Snake?
John
Mine,
Doe.
huh? It's John Doe.
And they call you Jack for short. You're a regular Captain Nemo.
A name means nothing on the battlefield. After a week, no one has a name. What's your name?
Jane Doe.
Very funny.
I wasn't joking, but I'll tell you my name only if you manage to make it back alive. My frequency is 145.73.
She's also in charge of recording your mission data. Whenever you want to save, send a message over the reserved save frequency, 140.96.
So saving lets me record my mission data.
That's right. It also records the state of your health.
Good to know.
There's one more person I want to introduce you to, Snake.
Huh?
Speaking of
Marco
snakes,
Medi.
you remember the boss, don't you? A legendary soldier and your mentor. Actually, it was the boss that got the DCI's authorization in the first place.
Dai, presenta anche quest'altro personaggio secondario minore.
Boss is?
She also helped me plan this mission. She and I were
Yeah.
at SAS together.
Jack, is that
Jack,
you?
is that you? How many years has it been?
Boss?
That's right. It's me. Talk to me. Let me hear your voice.
It's been 5 years, 72 days, and 18
E tu hai
hours.
perso 20 kg.
You've lost weight.
You can tell just by the sound of my voice.
Of course I can. I know all about you.
Really? Well, I don't know anything about you.
What's that supposed to mean?
Why'd you disappear on me all of a sudden?
I was on a top secret mission. You didn't need me anymore.
But there were still so many things I wanted you to teach
Non
me.
è una puttanata, Matti, non ti
I taught you
permettere
everything
mai
you
più.
needed to know about fighting techniques. I taught you all I could. The rest you needed to learn on your own.
Techniques, sure. But what about how to think like a soldier?
How to think like a soldier? I can't teach you that. A soldier needs to be strong in spirit, body, and technique. And the only thing you can learn from someone else is technique. In fact, technique doesn't even matter. What's most important is spirit. Spirit and body are like two sides of a single coin. They're the same thing. I can't teach you how to think. You'll just have to figure it out for yourself. Listen to me, Jack. Just because soldiers are on the same side right now doesn't mean they always will be. Having personal feelings about your comrades is one of the worst sins you can commit. Politics determine who you face on the battlefield. And politics are a living thing. They change along with the times. Yesterday's good might be tomorrow's evil.
Is that why you abandoned me?
No, it had nothing to do with you. I already told you, Jack. I was on a top-secret mission. A soldier has to follow whatever orders he's given. It's not his place to question why. But you're looking for a reason to fight. You're a natural-born fighter, but you're not quite a soldier. A soldier is a political tool, nothing more. That's doubly true if he's a career soldier. Right and wrong have no place in his mission. He has no enemies and no friends. Only the mission. You follow the orders you're given. That's what being a soldier is.
I do whatever I have to get the job done. I don't think about politics.
That's not the same thing. Sooner or later, your conscience is going to bother you. In the end, you have to choose whether you're going to live as a soldier or just another man with a gun. There's a saying in the Orient, loyalty to the end. Do you know what it means?
Being patriotic.
It means devoting yourself to your country.
I follow the president and the top brass. I'm ready to die for them if necessary.
The president and the top brass won't be there forever. Once their terms are up, others will take their place.
I follow the will of the leader, no matter who's in charge.
People aren't the ones who dictate the missions.
Then who does?
The times.
The Times.
People's values change over time, and so do the leaders of a country. So there's no such thing as an enemy in absolute terms. The enemies we fight are only enemies in relative terms, constantly changing with the times. As long as we have loyalty to the end, there's no point in believing in anything, even in those we love.
And that's the way a soldier's supposed to think?
The only thing we can believe in with absolute certainty
It's the mission, Jack.
mission, Jack.
All right, but do me a favor.
What is it?
Call me
Call me
Snake.
Snake.
Snake. Oh, right. Your code name is Snake. It suits you well.
That's right. The legendary unit that the boss put together during World War II was a snake.
Sì, è abbastanza
The Cobra.
spoileroso in realtà il
Heroes that brought
discorso.
the war to an end and saved the world. As long as you've got a legendary hero backing you up, you'll be fine. Isn't that right?
Niente, è arrivato il
I can't
drogato.
think of anyone else I'd rather have with me. Oh, and one more thing, boss.
Yes,
It's good to hear your voice again.
same here. After all, who knows if either of us will make it out alive.
Che Nino, ma non ti fa ridere Moro con la sua cichina piccola umana.
But this is the jungle. Survival is going to be key. Those CQC techniques I taught you are sure to come in handy.
CQC. Close quarters combat, huh? I've been in the Green Berets for the past few years. I'm probably pretty rusty.
Not to worry.
La cichina più alta del suo nome.
After all, this is your first actual survival mission. I'll be supporting you over the radio.
Where are you, boss? Next to the major?
The boss is communicating with us by
Sei
radio.
contento che esce il nuovo remake?
Submarine in the Arctic Ocean.
My frequency is 141.80. Call me if you need my advice on battle techniques.
Gotcha.
Your mission is to retrieve Dr. Sokolov. Dr. Sokolov is being held in an abandoned factory located to the north of your
È
town.
Delta.
Avoid heavy combat and don't let anyone see you. Don't forget.
No, eri carino col trenino, Gomboni.
Snake, try to remember.
Gomboni, non ti sei ricordato le nozioni base del CQC. Adesso ti faccio una CQC e sei morto. Ora sei come Ruma? No, nessuno può essere come i Ruma, Gomboni.
Commencing virtuous mission now.
Che Ruma ha mangiato il frutto sexy. Remember the Kochi Kochi. The Cicoci Kochi. No, tomatino, fanculo. Ma l'ho già preso lo zaino. Che cazzo sto facendo? Try to remember the CQ3. Non si vede... No, vabbè, si capisce che oggetto c'è sotto di me, dai. A cigar. Madonna, usasti i joystick dopo aver usato il DualSense per 2 anni. Vabbè. Non c'è granata. Ah. De CQC. Il pitone. No. Cosa ha messo il cibo? Ma no, il cibo, una gabbietta. No, Pacinco. Hai triggerato la bimba. Hai triggerato la Sacichina che è vicino Moro. La testa del coccodrillo. Ma tanto lo sapete benissimo che hanno rifatto, che stanno facendo remake solo perché gli avete rotto i coglioni per quel Pacinco, se no lo lasciavano stare sto povero gioco, è colpa vostra.
AK-47s and grenades.
And grenades. Ma ce la farà David Hater ridoppio? Vabbè, a parte che... A parte che John non fa fatica a doppiarlo. Ti immagini se fanno il remake del 4 e dicono a David Hater di ridoppiare Old Snake? Puttana, va a fare una strage, impazzisce.
The Major is right. The point of this mission is to sneak through the jungle without being seen. The success of the mission depends on how well you use your camouflage.
No, dopo Silent Hill 2, ragazzi, l'avevo dato per scontato il remake. La mia paura era come l'avrebbero fatto.
While the face option lets you change your face paint. Choosing camouflage that blends in with your surroundings will help you conceal.
Non vedo l'ora di farlo anche nel remake, aprire il menu, start, mimetica, si grata, faccia, si grata, spaccatura.
You're bound to be spotted. But if you crawl instead, you should be able to sneak by without being noticed. You can see how effective your camouflage is by looking at the camo index. The camo index shows how well your current camouflage blends in with the surrounding area. The higher the value, the harder you are to spot, and vice versa. The key
sarà anche più lento, più realistico.
Keep that in mind as you go along, okay?
Ho l'ora di vedere le formichine camminare accanto al mio piede. E io lo bullizzo. C'ha problemi con i grilletti sto joystick. Prendi la pistola. Poi. Sto joystick non me l'ha mai raccontata giusta.
It's the enemy! What was that?
Drum! Dov'è? Eccola, eccola. Ah no, l'anaconda. Non c'è la ranetta qui. Eccola lì. La ranetta. Interroga il serpente. Speak!
Answer me. The crocodiles are ferocious.
No, ma come? Ma che stai dicendo?
Bastard. Answer me. The crocodiles.
Ma è scemo questo qui.
Freeze.
Ah. 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 Coccodrilli sono feroci. Riesci a capire il peso prendendolo a calci e niente. Cioè, Nightino. Foreshadow gliela basta. Il primo sorriso della storia. Ah dai, facciamo con i calabroni su. E si abbassano in automatico. Pentaz. Rasvet. Pakbet.
Major, I've reached the abandoned factory where Sokolov is supposedly being held. This place is a dump.
Ma poi se li mettono su Steam,
I can't see
la
Sokolov.
sensibilità dei comandi, come cazzo la implementano?
Tight. There are sentries posted around the perimeter. I wonder how many are inside.
Le mod degli utenti, non si può
Your
modare
objective, Sokolov, is inside
una
the
roba del
factory.
genere.
Should be holding him in a room in the northeast section.
Northeast section. Got it.
Be careful. Your mission is to bring Sokolov back alive. He must not
Back
be
alive.
exposed to any kind of danger. Do not approach Sokolov while in the alert phase.
Right.
Oh, and one more thing, Snake.
You mean there's more?
No, it's just that when you get to Sokolov, I want you to tell him something from me.
Sorry for taking you so long.
And that is?
Sorry for being so late.
I'm being so
Is
late.
that all?
Yes.
Understood. Beginning my approach to the target.
Nessuno è più pressure sensitive, l'ha un po' più abbandonata quella roba, la usava solo Kojima. Kojima, bom bom.
Who was that? Who's that? What the? HQ.
No. Sending reinforcements. Ah, ma sono riquadri, ecco perché.
What's wrong?
È lui che mi ha visto, maledetto. Oh. Cuco Ciocci. Sì, quello che mi... cioè non ho messo il gioco europeo estremo perché non avevo voglia di farlo totalmente stealth, ragazzi, ho bisogno di menare oggi.
HQ. This is HQ.
This is HQ.
You must be Sokolov.
Are you one of Volgin's men? You'll never get it from
Non inquadrare il fuoco e calano gli FPS.
I'm a CIA agent. I've come to escort you back to the other side of the Iron Curtain.
your CIA.
Yeah. I was sent by Major Zero, the man who got you out 2 years ago.
Zero?
I have a message from him.
What is it?
He said to tell you sorry for being so late.
Did he now?
What does it mean?
It means he's a man of his word. But we've got no time for this. You have to get me out of here before they arrive.
Who's they?
Colonel Volgin of Gru. You in the West know him as Thunderbolt.
Thunderbolt? Never heard of him.
Snobbato completamente, poi. Non se lo inculano proprio in America. Lui minaccia il mondo e in America non sanno manco come si chiama.
Khrushchev has been pursuing a policy of peaceful coexistence with the West. Despite resistance and criticism from hawks in the army and the provincial authorities,
Khrushchev.
to suppress the opposition so far. But the failure of his agricultural policies has put him in a precarious position. And on top of that, the tragedy last November.
President Kennedy's assassin.
Perché hanno infangato tutto stamattina, tutto quanto nascosto alla verità. La verità è là fuori. E Kennedy lo ha ucciso l'uomo che fuma stamattina. Lo sapevi?
By rallying the anti-government forces, overthrowing Khrushchev, and installing Brezhnev and Kosygin in his place. The mastermind behind this plot is Colonel Volgin of the GRU. He has control over another secret weapons research facility much like this one, OKB-812, known as the Granin Design Bureau, and is using it to further his plans. But that is not enough to satisfy.
Ha ucciso anche Martin Luther King.
The secret weapon I have been developing here and use it as leverage in his bid for power.
Non vedi l'ora di vedere le cicatrici in 4K, moro.
The intelligence says that they are going to make their move during the test.
Then, the soldiers outside.
Exactly. They would
Non è Skinner, non ti permettere mai più.
Their orders were to prevent Colonel Volgin from capturing me. Even if it meant killing me in the process, or so it would seem.
Diglielo, Xerino, il best PG.
Volgin will come. I'm sure of it. You must get me out of here before then.
Leave it to me.
By the way, your Russian is superb. Where did you learn to speak it?
From my mentor.
Is that so? America is truly a frightening country.
Having second thoughts?
No. I have no love for this place. Let's go.
Mamma, prepara da mangiare, sto portando Sokolo a casa.
Sokolov is safe with me. He's doing fine. No injuries.
Good work, Snake.
Ho sbagliato tasto, pardon. Vabbè. Lo porta a casa, ragazzi. Quello che ho detto io. Ha rovinato la là. Andiamo via, rifacciamo da capo. Guarda che schifo che è l'uniforme ai riquadri lì. È brutta, mamma mia. Guarda so quello che fa il CQC, guardalo, guardalo. Mi ricordo su Metal Gear Online, se usavi Sokolo, perché era un personaggio giocabile, tutti i soldati fanno così per salutare, no? Premendo triangolo. Lui invece faceva sti movimenti così copiati direttamente da sta cazzo. E non sembrava ti stesse salutando il personaggio.
Freeze!
Oh no, il KGB, moro, è finita. Ora sanno che l'America è qui. Guerra nucleare.
So this is the legendary boss. Huh? We meet at last.
You're from the Ocelot unit of Spetsnaz. Huh. What's a GRU soldier doing here?
Soldier?
È il Major Ocelot.
He's the Ocelot commander.
That's Major Ocelot to you.
And don't forget it.
Don't you forget it.
È il figlio di Ocelot dell'1, Tomattino, non sai veramente un cazzo.
Ocelot never lets his prey escape.
What?
Perché uccide i suoi compagni? Remake di Portable Ops, mamma mia.
Can't say it feels good to kill a comrade, even if it is for the GRU.
Ti immagini?
Sokolov, take cover.
You're not the boss, are you?
GRU operatives?
What is that stance? Huh. That gun.
Ha!
If you're not the boss,
Spop!
then die.
Ha inceppato l'arma.
Major! Leave it! Shoot the other one! Whoa!
Le engravings. No tactical advantage. Tomb Raider 2 per PC. Dai che nel remake questo sarà un combattimento tutto quick time event come con Leon e Krauser, ragazzi.
You ejected the first bullet by hand, didn't you? I see what you were trying to do, but testing a technique you've only heard about in the middle of battle wasn't very smart. You were asking to have your gun jam on you. Besides, I don't think you're cut out for an automatic in the first place. You tend to twist your elbow to absorb the recoil. That's more of a revolver technique.
You filthy American dog!
But that was some fancy shooting.
But that was some fancy shooting.
You're pretty good.
You're pretty good.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Mamma, niente, ho perso zoccolo. Preparare, fai la pasta solo per due.
Major, do you read me?
I read you. Snake, you all right?
I've run into a few snags. These guys were after Sokolov too. Apparently they were taking orders from a GRU colonel named Volgan.
A GRU colonel?
Part of an internal Soviet power struggle, according to Sokolov. Something between the KGB and GRU. Between Khrushchev's supporters and Volgan's.
Sokolov was being guarded by the KGB and hunted by GRU? Snake, it sounds like this could be even hotter.
Shwalaszewska.
Like it.
Alyaskov.
Thanks.
Revolver.
You'd better hurry.
Sokolov ran
Asherat.
but I'll catch up to him.
We're counting on you.
Trap topi. Speriamo di catturare tante piante nutrienti con questa trappola per topi.
You okay?
Those men were from the Ocelot unit.
Spetsnaz?
Yes. The best GRU has to offer. They're coming for me. I'm finished!
Calm down. I'll get you out of here, I promise. And we've got some of the best backup we could ask for.
Look.
That's what they were making you build?
Yes. The Shagohod.
Guarda la boss fight più brutta della saga.
Capable of launching nuclear IRBM.
It can launch nuclear missiles from that kind of terrain?
Oh, yes. And without support from friendly units.
A nuclear-equipped tank capable of operating solo. Is that thing finished?
No, this is only the end of Phase 1. It won't be truly finished until we complete Phase 2.
Phase 2?
No, lo Shagod è più brutto. Il carro armato è fatto male.
Completed and the Colonel gets his hands on it.
Però a modo suo può divertire. Lo Shagod è proprio brutto.
Yes. And then the Age of Fear will truly begin.
A world war.
I had no choice but to cooperate. I didn't want to die. I wanted to see my wife and child again in America. Please, take me to America, quickly. They cannot complete it.
La musica figa, sì.
Got it. Let's go.
Oh no, it's too pure for us, Cobra. Anche qua voglio i quick time event, eh.
Boss?
Good work, Jack.
What are you doing here?
Sokolov comes with me.
Oh no, arrivano i Kennini.
Hornets?
E poi un personaggio di merda o meno, The Pain era il primo che usava la terapia dei parassiti di The Phantom Pain. Insieme a The End.
My friends, let us fight together again.
I have waited long for this day.
We will fight with you once more. Welcome back.
Guarda il pappagallo del trailer.
Now that all 5 of us are together, it's time we go to the depths of hell itself.
Oh no, sta piangendo.
It's raining blood. Is he crying?
Kuwabara, Kuwabara. Che trip allucinogeno che era sta cutscene comunque. Gente che usa calabroni, tizi che si fanno tele di ragno, il vecchio che si strappa gli occhi dalla testa. Fantasmi, tizi. Un impianto di fulmini nel culo.
Enter my unit.
Boss, what is this?
I'm defecting to the Soviet Union. Sokolov is a little gift from my new hosts.
Recoilless nuclear warheads.
Non ti presentava gente con superpoteri il primo, a parte Psicomantis, ma Psicomantis era tutto quanto spiegato in maniera tale che sembrava una roba realisticissima.
Are we taking him with us?
No, this one is still just a child. Too pure for us Cobras.
No, sono too pure. The pure.
Found an emotion to carry into battle.
What are you talking about?
I'm defecting to Soviet
Think
Union.
you can pull the trigger?
Aia.
He's seen my face. We can't let him live.
Ma già ce l'hanno detto che ci sei tu dietro a tutto, non cambia un cazzo.
If Khrushchev finds out about this, we're finished. He must die.
Wait. He's my apprentice. I'll take care of him. Jack, you can't come with us.
Va bene. Ma ce l'ha già detto Socolo che era Volgin che lo cercava. Ti pare che Snake non l'abbia detto a zero? Bam nel fegato. La bandana, Snake, prendila. Adesso con un braccio lo solleva, va che roba. Wow!
The new blood has been rejected.
Are we done here?
Now, onto Sokolov's research facility.
Shagohod is ours.
Mr. X. Ma c'è sexy Meltino.
Drift away.
Drift away.
My place is with them now.
Non sorrideva più però. Valenino, Valenino, tu sei il capo degli Ultra. Noi ti amiamo e ti adoriamo, Valenino degli Ultra.
Snake, can you hear me?
Yeah, just barely.
Snake, listen to me. You need emergency medical treatment. Can you move? You've got to get those wounds treated. Hang in there. All right, let's get you fixed up. Paramedic?
Okay, Snake. Just relax and it'll all be over before you know it. Stay with me. I've seen people in worse shape before. Think you can handle it?
Major, the boss, she's defected.
We'll talk about that later. First, we've got to get you patched up.
Okay, here we go.
Here we go. No! The sorrow. E voilà. Almeno nel remake non bisognerà entrare nel menu per curarsi. Ah!
Good job, Snake.
We're coming to get you now. Just stay where you are. We'll drop a recovery balloon. Can you set it up?
Fulton, Fulton.
Shagohod.
Come hanno fatto a vedersi? Ancora ci pensa. Come ha fatto a incepparsi? Come ha fatto?
Excellent. A great success. Thanks to the boss and her cobras, I have both Sokolov and the Shagohod.
Dai, magari stavolta non spara, ragazzi.
What are we going to do with the girl?
Who is she?
Apparently she's Sokolov's woman.
What a thrill.
She's a nice catch. I'll take her. Not so fast, my dear. A kiss of death?
Are you KGB?
We may be able to use her. She has spunk.
Shall we take her back to the base?
Perhaps we should. We have no further use for Sokolov's research facility. I think it's time I gave this marvelous new toy a try.
Colonel, even if they are our enemies, they're still our countrymen.
But it won't be me that pulled the trigger. It'll be our friend, the American defector.
You're going to nuke your fellow Russians?
Remember the Alamo.
Colonel!
Potevi fare un po' di più, Ocelot, eh? Ma sì, anche un po' di radiazioni dentro le ferite, cosa vuoi che sia?
silence through the night. Snake eater. What a thrill. I'm searching and I'll melt into you. Snake eater. What a fear in my heart. But you're so supreme. I give my life, not for honor, but for you. Snake eater. In my time, there'll be no one else. Crime, it's the way I fly to you. I'm still in a dream, snake eater. Someday you go through the rain, and someday you'll feed on a tree frog. It's ordeal, the trial to survive. For the day we see new light, I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my
Grecchino.
time, there'll be no one else. Crime, it's the way I fly to you. I'm still in a dream, snake eater.
I'm still in a dream. Gli uomini in paracadute. Ida. No, sta cazzo mi è antipatica. No, non la voglio vedere. No, basta, voglio giocare. Ho rotto le palle. I'm still with... Virtual Mission. Bordello Eater. Oh, guarda che è un fenomeno da atterrare per 2 volte nello stesso punto, eh. Cioè, ci davvero. CQGG.
This is Snake. Do you read me?
Loud and clear. Glad to see you landed safely.
Kept you waiting,
Pretty
huh?
far off target.
Snake, let's go over your mission objectives one more time. Rescue Sokolov. Find out what's happened to the Shagohod, then destroy it. And finally, eliminate the boss.
Eliminate the boss.
This mission will be codenamed Operation Snake Eater.
Because I'll be taking on the boss in our Cobra unit, right?
Don't forget about Colonel Volgin.
I'm not a hired killer.
I know, but that was the Kremlin's demand.
Demand? You mean it wasn't just a request? What's it to us if the Khrushchev regime is threatened
Sono stati molto patatini, Bracchini.
If supporting the current regime...
Comunque le hanno detto il team alla fine.
That's what we'll do.
È un vecchio team interno di Konami, a quanto pare.
Our priorities are the rescue of Sokolov and the destruction of the Shagohod.
Roger that, Major Tom.
Hold on, Snake.
What now?
I'm changing my codename. It turns out Tom wasn't the most auspicious choice.
What do you mean?
Well, the truth is, when I chose my code name, I picked the wrong one.
The wrong one?
Did you ever see the movie The Great Escape? It came out last year.
Oh, must have missed that one.
Anyway, it's based on a true story about prisoners who escaped from a POW camp in Nazi Germany. The prisoners dig 3 tunnels as part of their plan, but the Nazis find 2 of the tunnels before they're finished. The prisoners succeed in escaping by using the last remaining tunnel. The names of those 3 tunnels were Dick, Harry, and Tom.
Ma ora avrebbe preso sicuramente
Use
Dick.
the name of the tunnel they escaped in as your code name because you thought it would bring you good luck.
Yes, that's exactly right. At least, that was the plan.
But
But I got the name wrong. The one they escaped in was Harry. Tom was one of the unlucky tunnels. It was discovered by the Nazis before it was finished.
No, no, proprio Virtuos. Virtuos
In fact, I even ordered
ha
the
proprio
actual
lavorato
film for
anche
the movie.
quella ai vecchi Metal Gear.
yeah, it doesn't sound like the
Sono
greatest
vecchi
name to
collaboratori.
use. So what should I call you?
You know, let's just use Zero, like we've been doing all along.
All right then. Major Zero it is.
Ha
We'll
cambiato il
start over
codine.
from square one.
From square zero.
Perché
My
tutto
frequency?
inizia da zero.
0.85. Oh, I almost forgot. Paramedic is with us again on this mission.
Is this her last chance too?
If we fail, she'll have her medical license revoked. It's more or less the same kind of fate. Her frequency is the same as during the
No,
virtual mission.
Meltino.
145.73. She'll be recording your
Per
mission
quello c'è
data as
ancora
well,
da Kept
just
You
like the last
Waiting.
time. That frequency is also the same. 140.96.
Ma ci rendiamo che quest'uomo in Metal Gear Solid 4 ha 104 anni?
His name is Mr. Sigint. He's an expert on the latest in weapons and equipment technology. You'll be going up against some of the world's most advanced weaponry when you infiltrate the research facility. If you have any questions, just ask him. His frequency is 148.41.
Mr. Sigint. Got it.
148.41.
Adam, your KGB contact, is waiting for you at the abandoned factory up ahead.
The same factory Sokolov was being held in last week.
Yes, meet up with
Sì,
that
arriva
first.
su
He's
PC,
cleared the
Ciro.
way for you to rescue Sokolov.
How will I know this Adam guy when I see him?
You'll know once you reach the factory. The whole area's been polluted by the fallout from that nuclear blast. No one else would dare come close. The password is, who are the Patriots?
And lalilulelo. Lalilulelo.
Gotcha.
You've been equipped with a 45 for this mission. Be careful, it's noisy.
I thought standard Fox procedure was procure on-site weapons acquisition.
The circumstances are different this time. You're now on an official mission for the United
No,
States government.
Tomattino, troppo
It
sbatti.
would be necessary to make your presence known to a certain extent, to the Khrushchev regime at the very least. But remember, this is still a sneaking mission. Snake, if you fail this mission, it will mean an all-out nuclear war. Keep that in mind and proceed with extreme caution.
Understood. Commencing Operation Snake Eater.
Virtual Mission. E puttana che hanno cambiato i tasti. Troppo abituato a premere cerchio.
Yo, you're Snake, aren't you?
And you're Sigint?
None other.
I heard that you're an expert on weapons, equipment, and cutting-edge technology.
Close.
Huh?
I am the expert on weapons, equipment, and cutting-edge technology.
Ah.
I'm the guy that designed your trank gun, active sonar, and motion detector. If you want to know anything about weapons or equipment you find in the field, just send me a message and ask. Later.
Later. No, secondo me Blacchino è proprio che quel gioco ha problemi nell'essere trasportato. E quel gioco è stato fatto in una maniera boh, complessamente imbecille. Non c'è più la licenza ormai, ma non c'avevo la... C'ho l'MK22. Ah no, me è giusto. Mi tocca ucciderlo allora. Dov'è? I'm still in a dream. The squirrel. Someday you go to rain. Wagawawa. Wagawawa. No, non gira il simulatore. Lascia. Manca un simulatore, ma è riuscito ad andare quel gioco e ci lavorano da anni. Che punto ti crasha? In qualsiasi momento crasha. Al massimo sono riuscito ad arrivare fin da Meryl. E la cosa meravigliosa è che le cutscene però vanno a 60 fps e sono bellissime da vedere con l'emulatore le cutscene. Senza, cioè con l'anti-aliasing poi.
Looks like death wasn't ready for you yet.
Boss.
That arm still hurt?
No, crash ragazzi, è instabile, non funziona. Nessuno l'ha mai portato, guardate qualsiasi parte del mondo, nessuno l'ha mai portato emulato. O ci provano e falliscono, non si può, non va ancora. Go home.
Go home. Go home. Gru and my sons are waiting up ahead. You don't have a prayer of finishing your mission. You're not even armed.
Boss.
I'm not your boss anymore.
There's nothing for you here. Go home. Go back to your boss. There's no need to prove that you are virtuous here. This isn't America. That should stir things up a bit. You'd better hurry. The border is 60 miles south of here. You ought to be able to run that far.
Why'd you defect?
I didn't. I'm loyal to the end, to my purpose. What about you, Jack? What's it going to be?
Loyalty to your country or loyalty to me? Your armoury or your old mentor? Your mission or your personal...
Your duty to your unit?
Or your personal feelings?
You don't know the truth yet. But sooner or later,
Ma la verità è là fuori.
I don't expect you to forgive me.
Luca Dead Bandana.
You can't defeat me either. You know me too well. Just look at that bandana. If you can't put the past behind you, you won't survive long. If we meet again, I'll kill you.
Ma io volevo mangiare il cavallo.
Now, go home.
Mamma, The Boss mi ha picchiato ancora.
This is Snake. Major Zero.
I read you, Snake.
I was ambushed by the boss.
Senti che calmo che è.
The drone's been shot to hell. It's up in flames.
Good. Enemy scouts are going to come looking for you.
Yeah, I know. But what was the boss doing here in the first place? There's got to be a leak somewhere.
No, that's impossible. The man the boss is working with, Volgin, isn't exactly on speaking terms with Khrushchev.
I lost my gun. The boss destroyed it.
Snake, I know how you're feeling. It's hard for me to believe, too, that a legendary hero like the boss would go over to the Russians, that she'd double-cross us like this. But that's how it is, and if you don't accept it, you'll never be able to beat her.
That's not the problem. In terms of sheer technique, I'll never be able to beat her. I know that all too well.
You've got to do it, Snake. She's your enemy and your objective.
Enemy? We were together for 10 years, and now you tell me she's my enemy?
Enough. Hurry to the factory where Adam is waiting. Scouts have probably already been sent out to investigate the explosion. You've lost your weapon, right? That means you've got no chance of winning in a battle situation. Whatever you do, don't let them see you.
Vediamo se il percorso del rank Big Boss qui funziona ancora. Mamma mia, una volta su 100 funziona. Your country or your own mentor. The mission or your personal feelings. Dolino Vodno. Huh?
What was that? Who's that?
Socrovenno. Socrovenno è l'area di Dead. Rasvet. Ma questo era diventato un meme. Pare di sì fosse di End Socrovenno. Socrovenno Nord, Socrovenno Sud. Allora, no, qua non c'è nulla. Che Rotan mi pare che nella missione Snake Eater non è che era più in fondo. Oddio, nella missione virtuosa è qua. Dove cazzo era? The Operation Snake Eater. Niente, c'è un Kerotan che non ricordo. Mi ha sconfitto. Lo ricordo comunque qua. Ah, eccolo lì, giusto, giusto, sotto la scala. Vedi, vedi? Voi dicevate no, non lo troverà mai. Waga wawa. Waiga wawa.
Sorry I'm late.
Cut the engine. They'll hear us.
Are you the agent they sent?
Are you Adam? I thought you were supposed to be a man.
Adam couldn't make it.
All right, say the password. Who are the Patriots? Who are the Patriots? Answer me!
Tutta puttana.
Trapped.
Get down!
Niente, mi vengono in mente le cutscene della Subsistence.
There is your answer. The name's Eva.
Susetta Minè. Fa sempre ridere Susetta Minè. Che non esiste Susetta Minè.
This wasn't part of the plan. What happened to Adam?
What's your code name?
It's Snake.
Snake, huh? Well, I'm Eva. Are you here to tempt me?
What happened to Adam?
Colonel Volgan is a very suspicious man. He decided Adam wasn't the right person for this mission.
And you were.
Yes,
Why?
because I can do things he can't.
I heard you used to be a code breaker for the NSA.
I was. 4 years ago, I defected to the Soviet Union with Adam.
Mauser military. The broom handle.
It packs quite a punch. Nice to have when you're on a bike.
You held it sideways and used the muzzle jump to create a horizontal sweep. That was impressive.
Nessuno l'ha mai capito, Brecchino.
It's imitation, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a Chinese Type 17 pistol. Around here, even that's hard to come by. Don't worry, though.
E non dimentichiamo che la doppiatrice originale di The Boss è anche la doppiatrice originale di Perla, la figlia di Mr. Crab. Questo va sempre ricordato, ragazzi.
Incredible. The feeding ramp is polished to a mirror sheen. The slide's been reinforced, and the interlock with the frame is tightened for added precision. The sight system is original too. The thumb safety is extended to make it easier on the finger. A long type trigger with non-slip grooves. A ring hammer. The base of the trigger guard's been filed down for a higher grip. And not only that, nearly every part of this gun has been expertly crafted and customized.
E non ha le engravings. Mattino calma, eh?
Where'd you get something like this?
I grabbed it from a Western munitions armory. It probably used to belong to one of your officers, and there are more where that came from.
E poi c'è l'MK22, che è la pistola che useremo di più e te la dà così a cazzo di cane.
Better take this too.
Ma va così, ma manco l'ha mai imparato l'inglese quel brutto culone.
A disguise?
Lo parla ancora di merda dopo 80.000 anni che lavora con inglese.
Yes, he's being forced
Mamma
to
mia.
work on the Shagohod.
Where?
At the lab.
È proprio
They've got a whole
Kojima.
army of scientists there developing new weapons. Security is tight, but if you disguise yourself as a scientist, you might be able to sneak in.
Can we get Sokolov out of there?
We'll see, won't we?
Tell me how to get to the lab.
The safest way in is from the rear. First, you'll need to head north through the jungle. You'll come to a
Figo, ho incontrato giapponesi a Venezia che parlano l'inglese, madonna, meglio degli inglesi. E poi c'è Kojima.
into that area and you'll reach a cave. Move through the cave and you will arrive at a mangrove swamp. After the swamp, there'll be a warehouse.
Intanto lui incide la
Make your way
pistola.
through the warehouse and you'll come out just south of the lab.
Got it.
And just what are you doing there?
In close-range combat, a knife can sometimes be more useful than a gun. By doing this, I'll be able to hold a knife at the same time.
Usa il coltello, Snake, bravo.
That way, I can instantly switch between a gun battle and a knife fight. Right, let's get going.
Wait a minute.
What now?
You must be tired. Why don't you take a little rest?
I'll be fine.
You'll never make it in your condition. It's a jungle out there. There's still an hour before dawn. It's dangerous to be out in the jungle at night without...
The night will be over soon.
What about you?
I have to get back. I can't be gone for too long. They'll start to suspect something. Don't worry. I'll keep you updated over the radio.
That's it?
My orders are to provide you with information. Nothing more.
Va bene, Susetta Minè.
You look disappointed. All right, then. I'll do something special for you. I'll stand watch until dawn. Now be a good boy and lie down. What's the matter?
I don't know you well enough to trust you.
How well do you have to know me to trust me?
I don't know if I can trust anybody.
Gonna get that?
She's right, Snake. You should get some sleep.
Non lo so, Arancino, secondo me Gomboni ti direbbe no, non lo so, Arancino, scusa.
Whenever you save the game and quit, you'll go to sleep. Sleeping allows you to gain back stamina naturally. Depending on how long you sleep, you may also recover naturally from sickness and injury. When you're tired or hurt, the best thing to do is just get some sleep. So do yourself a favor and take a nap. Doctor's orders, okay?
Yeah, okay.
Hai visto? Ho fatto perfect imitation di Gomboni. Sentivano che erano cinesi? Non ci ho mai fatto caso. Chiappette, chiappette. Chiappette, chiappette, chiappette. Good morning, good morning.
We're surrounded. I see 4 of them.
Io ne ho viste 2. 2 davanti e 2 dietro.
We've got company. It's the
Ora 2 davanti.
Let's get out of here. Hurry. Don't forget your gear.
Quindi 4, aveva ragione, vedi, vedi.
Here, give me a hand.
Un po' sofferente di meno, sì. Ma questo fu comunque il rank big boss più facile, quello del 3 alla fine. A parte 2-3 zone.
Damn it. Ocelot. I'll get past them on my bike. I'll call you later.
Okay, I'll keep them busy. Huh?
Don't go dying on me now.
Eccola la sorpresa. Senza avviso. Uno è il più facile. Per i salvataggi. Se non fosse che c'hai 80 salvataggi, l'uno sarebbe il più difficile. No, più difficile no, più difficile è il 2. Manco stare a ragionarci sopra. Il 2 è veramente un cancro con rank big boss. Ha solo 2 neostorditi? Ma che cazzo?
Where's he at?
No!
Where'd he go?
Oi! Il 2 è molto meccanico secondo me su molte robe. È molto pixel perfect. Figa, manco nel rank big boss mi è andata così bene con i primi 7. Vabbè. Questo lo sbagliavo sempre. Come cazzo era il penultimo? Lì. Easy GG für Stray a jouer anche. Six shots.
I've been waiting for this moment. That's it. That's the stance. I don't think so. What? A female spy? This bitch is wearing perfume. Stay where you are. I've had enough of your judo.
I see you've got yourself a single-action army.
That's right. There'll be no accidents this time.
You call that an accident? Well, it wouldn't have happened if you hadn't been showing off.
What did you say?
It's a nice gun, I'll give you that.
The engravings.
But the engraving gives you no tactical advantage whatsoever.
È veramente brutto il board game che hanno lanciato,
And you're forgetting one more very basic thing.
You don't have the guts to shoot me.
You don't have what it takes to kill me.
I know what it takes to kill me. We'll see.
We'll see.
That thing only carries 6 shots. The Makarov carries 8. You have to get a feel for how many you have left. This is a high-class weapon. It's not meant for shooting people.
Damn! This isn't over yet.
Ma sarà ancora giovane?
Don't.
Why?
He's still young.
You'll regret stopping me. Damn it! I've got to get back before he does.
Via, Codec, go.
It looks like you've got rid of all the ocelots.
Yeah.
Now proceed with the rescue of Sokolov. According to Eva, you should start by going to the crevice to the north and...
Can we trust her?
What's that?
Eva is with the KGB, isn't she? Can I really believe what she says? How do I know she won't double-cross me?
There are no guarantees in espionage, Snake, only calculated guesses. At this point in time, the KGB stands nothing to gain by stabbing us in the back.
So you're saying I can trust her?
I'm saying the chance that she'll betray you is low. Of course, we checked the route she gave you against our own data. It looks like a pretty solid infiltration route. It makes good use of weak spots in the enemy's defenses. You shouldn't have any problems. Follow the route Eva showed you and proceed with the mission.
Roger.
First, enter the cave through the crevice. Eva said it was to the north, so head that way. First, enter the cave through the crevice. Eva said it was to the north, so head that way.
Oh figa, va bene che Major Zero è praticamente il personaggio più importante. Ma non ti dice mai un cazzo via Codec, l'ho sempre odiato per questo. Non riesci mai ad approfondire una fava con lui.
I see you caught yourself a green tree python. The green tree python isn't venomous, so no need to worry. It's fairly docile too, so I don't think it's likely to attack you. The green tree python originally comes from Australia and New Zealand. It's a really pretty green color, and it lives... Oh my god.
What's wrong?
Snake, what did I just say?
They come from Australia and New Zealand.
No, after that.
They're a really pretty green color.
I thought so. What was I thinking? Seeing a snake and calling it pretty?
What's wrong with that?
Everything. When a normal woman sees a snake, she's supposed to scream or get sick or something like that.
And you think you're normal?
What was that?
Nothing.
It's all your fault.
Jeez, I'm sorry. But enough of that.
What do you mean, enough of that? This is serious.
No, I just wanted you to tell me how it tastes.
How should I know? It was awfully pretty, though.
Mi piacciono I pitoni verdi arboricoli, vabbè.
I see you caught yourself a reticulated python. The reticulated python is said to be the longest snake in the world. The biggest ones can grow up to 10 meters in length. Although they're not poisonous, they're still very dangerous, so be careful around them. They have a highly ferocious temperament, and they can swallow whole, even large animals like deer and pigs. Their most distinguishing feature is the mesh pattern of their scales. This pattern acts as a highly effective natural camouflage. If you think there might be a reticulated python about, pay close attention to your surroundings. Otherwise, you could get bitten before you even know it's there. It's a huge snake, but you should be able to capture it alive by using the tranquilizer gun. I'll bet if you capture one and throw it at an enemy, it'll give him a good scare.
Right. But how do they taste?
Huh?
Do they taste good?
You're actually going to eat one.
Why else would I be asking?
Cannibal.
What was that?
Nothing. Let's see what the guide says. You're in luck. It says they taste pretty good.
Good. I can hardly wait.
I see you've caught yourself a Sunda whistling thrush. The Sunda whistling thrush is a bird native to Java and Sumatra. It's distinguished by its large blue body and long beak. It really stands out in the forest.
Got it. So...
How does it taste?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You don't know?
The guide doesn't say. I guess there's no reason you couldn't eat them.
Oh, I see.
But it's nice and plump, so I'm sure it'd make a hearty meal.
That's a good point.
I see you caught an otten frog. The otten frog is a large, corpulent species of frog. They're known as a delicacy, so it might be worth catching them for food. The otten frog was originally found only on Amami Oshima in Japan. Frogs usually have 4 toes on their front legs, but the otten frog is unique in that it has 5.
Got it. By the way, they were known as a delicacy, right?
Right.
So that means they must taste pretty good, huh?
I guess so. I hear that in Japan, otten frog sashimi and sukiyaki are popular dishes.
Really?
Davvero?
Yeah.
Japan, huh? That place is starting to sound better and better.
I see you caught yourself a Japanese flying squirrel. Japanese flying squirrels are non-venomous and they shouldn't attack you. The head, front legs, hind legs, and tail of the Japanese flying squirrel are connected by a membrane of skin, which allows the squirrel to glide from tree to tree. It says here that if it catches a good wind, it can fly more than 100 yards.
Yeah, I had a hard time catching one.
So, aren't you going to ask me?
You know it. How does it taste?
Not sure.
Not sure.
The guy doesn't say anything about it.
Why not?
Gee, maybe it's because no one would ever think of eating a flying squirrel.
Then I must be the first one.
Maybe you are. Snake, there are rats living in that area. The rats in that area are the descendants of wild Norway rats that were domesticated.
Rogerino!
They're not poisonous, and I don't think they'll attack you, but they're quick little creatures, so you might have a hard time catching one.
Lo sai, Rogerino.
Snake,
What?
they're rats.
I know what they are. Do they taste okay?
The guide says they're not that bad.
Good enough for me.
Ugh. That area is home to the reticulated python. The reticulated python is said to be the longest snake in the
Lo hai
world.
già detto.
It's not venomous, but it still poses a threat, so watch out.
Ciao Madnessina. Come stai, Federica?
Hey, Snake, remember back at the abandoned factory when you whittled the grip of that 45 down?
Figa, piuttosto di una pizza bianca mi mangio lo scoiattolo volante pure io.
Why the grip?
To fit it with a knife.
A knife? You're gonna keep the knife and the gun both at the ready?
That's the idea.
Why would you want to do that?
Sometimes a knife works better in close proximity encounters. So I equip both at the same time.
Buona cena, Rogerino.
Forth in an instant.
Badass. So that's that.
CQC.
Sounds like the Cobra Unit's members' names came from the specific emotions they each carry into battle.
Emotions?
Yeah. For unbearable torment, the pain. For true oblivion, the end. For infinite rage, the fury. For absolute terror, the fear. And for unsurpassed bliss, the joy.
The joy?
It's another name for the boss, because of the joy she feels in battle, I suppose. During the war, she had a partner named the Sorrow. Sorrow and joy. They say there couldn't have been a more perfect pair. Snake, you said Eva said her Mauser was a Type 17, right?
Yeah, what about it?
That model was produced in the 1920s in a weapons lab in the Shaanxi province in China. The cartridge part sticks out lower than the original to accommodate 45 caliber rounds. The barrel and chamber are a little bit thicker too. But most telling of all, it's got Chinese characters engraved on both sides of the frame like you saw. And that firing stance Eva was talking about where you hold the gun horizontally, that's a trademark of the Chinese. Just like you were saying, when you're firing in full auto mode, the muzzle jump effect gives you a horizontal strafing motion. They say it's especially deadly in indoor and close-range mop-up actions. The Japanese called it bandit shooting and used to dread it. Makes you wonder where she learned to shoot like that.
Ah, giustamente perché se si alza verso l'alto la pistola e la metti in obliquo, fai tipo ecco perché li ha ammazzati tutti quanti prima che riuscissero a reagire. Vedi, ha sfruttato il rinculo per ammazzarli tutti. Spero che la scena rallentatore non capiamo un cazzo.
That Eva was riding? That's a replica of a German model.
A replica?
Yeah. After World War II, the Soviets confiscated an entire assembly line from...
Non l'ho mai capito come lo spiegava lei, va bene, ci avevo bisogno di Sigyn. Posso aver bisogno di Sigyn?
Exactly. Originally, that motorcycle was designed to be used with a sidecar attached. That means it's got enough power to drag a 200-plus pound sidecar around.
So that's how she could pull off all those crazy stunts.
Uh-huh. Of course, it takes a lot of skill to be able to control that much power. That Eva chick is something else.
Detectiva Chick.
The Davy Crockett's that the boss took with her when she defected are mortars that fire nuclear warheads. They're named after Davy Crockett, the hero who died defending the Alamo in the Texan War of Independence.
Remember the Alamo?
That's right. The warheads are equivalent to between 10 and 20 tons of TNT. Every building within 150 yards of the hypocenter is completely obliterated. But the warheads the boss had with her were some kind of experimental super bomb. So they're actually even more powerful than that. I don't even want to think about what happened if she used it again. Snake, you know what you have to do.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, you've got an M1911A1.
Yeah, a 45. 50 years since the Army adopted the first model, and they're still using them. It's a real gem of an automatic pistol.
But aren't you gonna need more than just one little handgun?
Not at all. When you're in a tight spot or fighting in close quarters, sometimes a handgun works better than a rifle. And if I equip a knife at the same time, I can instantaneously switch over to hand-to-hand combat.
I see. That 45 you've got there is a lot different from the original, though. Looks like someone did some serious work on it.
It's more than a little. First of all, the feeding ramp is polished to a mirror sheen. It's not going to have any feeding problems. The slide's been replaced with a reinforced version, and it meshes perfectly with the frame. The frame itself has been iron welded and scraped down multiple times for maximum precision. The front strap part of the frame has been checkered to make it dig into the hand. That prevents any slipping. The sight system's original too. It's a 3-dot type. It's got an enlarged front sight, giving it superior target sighting capability. The regular hammer's been replaced with a ring hammer. That enhances the cocking control and increases the hammer down speed. They also reworked the grip safety to accommodate the ring hammer. Looks like they eliminated it altogether. This is a tool for pros. The thumb safety and the slide stop are extended to allow for more precise handling. The base of the trigger guard is whittled down so you can use a high grip. And the trigger itself is a long type for easy finger access. The trigger pull is about 3.5 pounds. That's about 1.5 pounds lighter than normal. The magazine well has been widened to make it easier to put in a new magazine. The magazine catch button has been cut down low to make it harder to hit it by mistake. The mainspring housing has been changed to a flat type to increase grip. And it's even been fitted with stepping so it doesn't slip from the recoil when firing. On top of that, they added cocking serrations to the front part of the slide. That lets you load and eject cartridges faster in an emergency. Whoever did this is a professional. No question, this thing could shoot a one-hole at 25 yards in a machine rest.
Well, I'll be damned. That's some gun.
Yeah, I've never used a weapon this fine in my life.
E la puoi usare anche nel 4. Che adesso mi pare te la danno direttamente appena finisci il gioco. Invece nel 4 una volta dovevi connetterti all'applicazione interna e scaricarla. No, era con la password. Che cazzo dico? Dovevi mettere la password. Ciao Dollina. Dollina è tornata. Come stai? Oh Dollina. Un po' di gioco retro. Gioco retro è Metal Gear, insomma. Il gaviale. Questo è del latte, non mi attaccherà. Vedi, vedi? Vedi che patatino lui, vedi. No, perché ti usano come schiava serva, donnina. Anche questa è del latte, anche questa è del latte. Non mi attacca, vedi, 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 vedi. Ma non c'erano due di corallo. Eccolo qua. Questo sì mi attacca. Ah. Cattivo, è cattivo. Ho sentito un bacino.
Snake, are you there?
Eva,
Did you miss me?
did you make it without any trouble?
No one saw me.
So you're
È
back with
Susetta Minè.
In a matter of speaking.
What about the boss?
Yeah, she's here too.
Better be careful.
Thanks, I will. The boss and I get along pretty well, though. I guess we traders have a lot in common.
Why would anyone want to defect? Betraying your country like that, I just don't get it.
Are you talking about the boss?
Why do you do it? Weren't you born and raised in America?
Yes, in a small rural town. I never even knew there were other countries, other cultures, other ways of thinking, until I went to work for the NSA. And one day, I'd found I'd lost faith in the things I'd been taking for granted.
What did you see? What was it that made you want to change sides?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you.
Try me.
I saw the universe.
The universe?
Not the actual universe. The universe as the intelligence community sees it. I realized that the gravity in this universe was holding me back. That's all. People and countries are both changed by their environment and by the times.
That sounds like what the boss was saying.
There's a world of difference between this country and America, but it's only a difference of position, a difference of perspective. Coming here made me realize something. Half of what I'd been told was a complete and utter lie. The other half was a conveniently constructed lie.
Where's the truth then?
Là fuori.
Hidden in the lies.
Are you lying too?
Who knows? I've been trained to make even the most severe falsehood sound like the honest truth. Weren't you?
No. I believe because I have to, even if it is a lie. That's part of my mission.
I'll have to remember that. If you need me, give me a call on the radio. My frequency is 142.52.
Prossima volta che faccio uno spuntino, Eva.
Not so great.
Not so great. Le corde, le corde, le corde nella palude, che bello! Non l'hai fatto nel remake. Kaguya, le corde. Guarda, feeling my corde. But you're so supreme. quanto che non muoio contro i coccodrilli. Che in acqua ti one shottano. Ricordo la blind run fu un disastro. But you're so supreme. Dov'era l'uniforme Gakko? Mi hanno dato un altro bacino. No, era qua sotto per forza. Tre bacini. No, non era qui. Ma qua era, aspetta un attimo. Eccola qua, non era sott'acqua, la Kerotan era sott'acqua, Ah! I give my life not for honor, but for Bolshaya past Sud. Snake Eater. Madò, sta parte col Big Boss Rank. Che sapore aveva la rana? Molto buona. Pretty tasty. Mi pare ci sia la rana sulla maglietta, sì. There'll be no one else. Why? It's the way I'll fly to you. Ciao Dimmino.
I think I saw something. Huh. Guess I'm seeing things. What's wrong? Huh?
Ne manca uno. Eccolo lì. No, aspettino, il vero stealth è quello di Left Alive.
What the?
I'm still in a dream, naked on. Qua finisce sempre a ferro e fiamme.
Freeze!
Oh, non entrare così, amato! Someday.
What was that?
Preso. Non è ancora uscito il tipo. Ma che cazzo aspetta?
Huh? What's that sound?
Esatto, Brechino.
Freeze! Freeze!
Ne deve fare di strada quello. Poi Snake. Oh.
Freeze!
Huh? I hear something.
Freeze.
Who's that?
Cazzo si è svegliato. Ok, non mi ha sentito nessuno. Meno male. Ah.
Freeze.
Hai visto che hai fatto lo stronzetto?
Freeze.
Dove è andato? I pottini! Ah, ma è lì. Perché si è girato così? È pazzo! Parlo mai più.
Freeze.
Basta. Finiti. Conquistata la base. Aspetta, salviamo i potini prima. Visto? Ho salvato i potini. Tomattino diceva no, non vuole bene agli animali. Bla 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 bla. Snake. Non ci arriva. Ci arriva. Ci arriva. Niente. Bra 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 bra. Bra 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 bra. Oh cazzo.
Who's that?
Via 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 via. Ah! Tasty. Itchy tasty. Guarda, ha già captato il pericolo, vedi.
Ah, you're here at last. Looks like the boss's info was right.
"12 shots.
Twice now you've made me taste bitter defeat.
Wow.
I hate to disappoint the Cobras, but you're mine now. All of you, leave us. It's just you and me. No one to get in our way. Ocelots are proud creatures. They prefer to hunt alone. Shots.
Ma che è difficile usare 2 revolver in contemporanea.
This time I've got 12.
È proprio un bordello.
Draw! Draw!
Major, coming to your assistance.
Ah, yeah.
Stay out of this. Nice shot. Got me. Get away from me! Nice shot. You fool!
Oh.
That one. I've never felt a tension like this before. That's so different from simply changing a clip.
Ai calabrone, calabrone.
This reload time is exhilarating.
Li hai sparati tutti! Ma sei un drogato! Ma tienitene un po' per dopo!
Damn it. He found us.
Oh no, i cannini. Pride Pog.
You were lucky.
We'll meet again. Non lo so, ragazzi, secondo me punto a morte dalle api, calabroni, vespe, rimane la morte peggiore. L'unica che non vorrei mai sperimentare. Cioè, manco se mi dicessero, va bene, dai, muori, però poi resusciti, però provi a vedere cosa si prova. Gli direi no, no, quello no. Neanche se mi danno 100 milioni di euro, col cazzo. Infilatevelo nel culo i vostri pungiglioni, non li voglio su di me. Come vuoi morire lì? Ci ha mangiato da uno squalo, da un serpente gigante, niente. And someday you feed on a tree frog. These are the trials to survive. Cobra, il cobra. Cobra di Taiwan. E non si vede una fame. Make it up. Non si vede una fa. Make it up. I granchietti, i granchietti. Scappano via. Aiuto! Aiuto! Come il granchio col coltello. Teme! Però è incredibile come i granchi non ti facciano così schifo. Sono praticamente degli insettoni, solo che vivono in acqua, ma non ti fanno schifo come qualsiasi altro insetto. È incredibile sta cosa. These are the trial to survive. Grotta Ciornaia Peschera. Sì, ma sono patatini perché camminano di lato, dai. Quanto puoi essere patato per correre di lato? Pipì. Neve. Però se li prendi da dietro basta, non fanno più un cazzo i granchi, mi fanno morire. Sono completamente inerti proprio, anche quelli giganti. Ci fa schifo il corallo, eh? Ah no, era buono. Quasi tutti quelli velenosi mi pare siano buoni. Anche il Taiwan dovrebbe essere buono. Allora. Boss di merda. Cazzo l'ha messo il microfono? Gesù. No, non c'è. Che palle.
I've caught you at last. We are the sons of the boss. I am the pain. I will guide you to a world of anguish beyond your imagination. Let's get started.
Go, my brothers.
Snake, what in God's name?
How does it look?
It looks cool.
Huh?
It looks cool on you.
It does?
Yeah.
I don't think cool is the right word.
Why? What's wrong with it?
What's wrong? Don't you think it looks silly? Doesn't it make you laugh? Aren't you going to ask me what the hell I was thinking?
No. I think it really does look good. It reminds me of the alligator people.
Oh, the...
Ciao, Ledina.
Alligator people. It's a science fiction movie. You've never heard of it?
No.
Oh, well, you should see it sometime.
Cos'è Uomini Coccodrillo?
He gets hurt in a car accident and tries to heal his wounds by injecting himself with a crocodile serum, but then his head turns into a crocodile head. You look just like him with the mask on. That's awesome!
Right.
Huh?
Oh, never mind. I suppose you might be able to disguise yourself as a crocodile by wearing that cap and sticking your head out of the water. Snake, as long as the Pain is using his hornets to protect his body, you won't be able to damage him with gun attacks.
No, ma ha solo fatto venire voglia di giocare originale, Ledina.
Go into first person.
Dove per lavarmi gli occhi da quello che ho visto.
The shotgun should work as well. Get rid of those Hornets protecting him, and then attack him with a gun.
The Pain has the power to control swarms of Hornets at will. Watch out for his Hornet-based attacks.
Non hai Lord Pain, fai cacare.
A special breed of Hornets will be able to follow you underwater. You're a good swimmer, right? If you're being harassed by any Hornets, dive into the water. The Pain has the power.
Guarda, non ha nessuna Lord.
Snake, watch out for those bullet bees. Bullet bees are the name the Pain gives the special hornets he raises inside his own body. And if they get into your body, your wounds will become worse and worse until you get rid of them.
Bullet bees.
If you're afflicted by bullet bees, go into the survival viewer immediately and use Cure to dig them out with your knife. Once the bullet bees are out, don't forget to apply styptic and disinfectant to the wound. When the hornets come to attack you, you can cause the swarm to scatter by shooting at it with your gun. Also, the hornets can't follow you into the water, so you can get away by diving into the water. Hornets are also vulnerable to fire and smoke. You can keep them away from you by using a smoke grenade. Swinging a torch around using the CQC button should also work.
Ah, vero? Non lo sapevo la torcia. In effetti ha senso.
The Pain is said to possess the power to control his hornets at will. Watch out for insect-based attacks, especially his so-called bullet bees.
Ci rinuncio. Go, my brother. An attack. No, che cazzo di pistola hai messo? No, Tommy Gun no. No, ho missato. Ho ammazzato un po' di pesci. Oh, non riesco a sincronizzarmi, No! Ma se le potevi lanciare a mano, perché cazzo me le hai lanciate con i calabroni fino adesso?
We found him!
Quindi, che facciamo? Cazzo ride. Mi ha lanciato una granata, stronzo, t'ho visto, Puttana! Ho colpito la granata. Niente. Oh cazzo. Oh, è coriaceo oggi, guardalo, è furioso, non si calma più. Che cos'ha? Ari, dai. Oh, bravo. Così devi subire. Una pioggia di appine morte. E trip allucinogeno sta boss fight. Sushi. Fa cacare? Davvero?
Not too bad.
Cazzo, ho dimenticato una pittura facciale. Mai. Oh. Ponizovje. Ponizovje. Pony. Come figa si facevano stealth questi qua? Beh. Il renite che nuotano. Eccola, eccola, eccola lì. Easy GG first try. Con i Zobwe Ovest. Li devi giocare, Dedino, li devi giocare. Oh cazzo, non posso andare qua dietro. Sì. Enter.
Control here. Control here. And
what's going on up there. Silenziatore nuovo.
Don't shoot me, please! Oh!
Oh.
Oh!
Oh. Batteria.
Oh!
Oh. Ma quanta roba ha sto Cristo? Ma guardalo! Ma tutta la base si porta dietro. Oh. C'è Alessione. Guarda Alessione, la Carangide, la Carangide. Carangide, la Carangide. Allora, dov'è l'essere lì?
What can I say?
What can I say? Eccola, eccola, la Carangide, la Carangide. E l'oridino arrabbiato, non ti arrabbiare, l'oridino, non urlare. La Carangide, pensa alla Carangide, l'oridino, la Carangide. Fa schifo la Carangide, fa schifo. Disgusting. Ecco un'altra, un'altra, un'altra. Con i Zov Sud. Le rane sono patatine. Vediamo se riesco a vederne una da qui. Eccola, eccola, eccola. Era subaspera quella, però non era raganella. Magazzino di Ponizovie. Esterno. No, Lori. Zero.
Get your hands off me. I'm not going anywhere.
Really now? How many times must I tell you?
Tanya!
Che sento delle scimmie?
Each time you resist, your lover will suffer the consequences. Is that clear?
Volgin. Damn you!
Vabbè, niente.
Hold it right there, traitor.
Let's find out just how lucky you are. Watch closely. One of these 3 guns has a single bullet in it. I'm going to pull the trigger 6 times in a row. Are you ready? Huh. Looks like your luck hasn't run out yet.
There's no such thing as luck on the battlefield. You'd better stay in line from now on. The Cobras will take care of him.
Has the CIA dog been disposed of yet?
The pain is dead.
What? He may be a child, but he's definitely one of yours. I fear Khrushchev may have a hand in this. We have no time to lose. You must eliminate him before the final test.
Don't worry. They'll be able to handle it. I'm leaving him to you, the field.
Perché sembra sempre deforme la testa di The Fear?
The old man is always sleeping. Is he all right?
The end is saving what life he has left in him for battle. Normally, he's dead. But he'll wake up when the time is right.
Non chiedo scusa a The Fear, fa cacare. Che cazzo urla in giro Orlando Fear, scemo? Kuwabara.
Sokolov isn't worth your love. You can entertain me until the rain stops. Kuwabara, Kuwabara.
Figa, lo dirò anch'io Kuwabara mo quando piove mentre lavoro.
Ghisaro, is that you?
Vedi, funziona. Ha smesso subito. Lo faccio, Ciro, basta. Lo uccido. Addio The End. Non farlo poi una merda, lo è. E poi te lo conta come kill. Non puoi. Poi one killer, unfucked. Gomboni deluso. Eh sì. Infatti se vuoi fare il platino in una run sola, perché Metal Gear Solid 3 è uno di quei pochi giochi al mondo che puoi platinare in una sola run. Però se vuoi prendere il trofeo di uccidere The End qui, devi prima salvare la partita. Ucciderlo, ti dà il trofeo e poi ricarichi, altrimenti non puoi fare il trofeo delle 0 kill. Dov'è la tarantola? Ah, eccola qua. La tarantolina. Blu cobalto. I dentini, guarda i dentini, i dentini. Lo Steam ha messo come tag gomboni qualche giorno fa. Best tag ever. Ah, non sapevi che si potesse uccidere. Si può, si può. Pensa, gli spari, lo ammazzi. Lui esplode perché c'è la bomba. Fa The End. Esplode e ti arriva in testa la ruota della carrozzina. Infatti dopo che l'hai ucciso è meglio se ti sposti, se no ti arriva la ruota in faccia. Poi no, ovviamente salta la sua boss fight al posto di The End. Nella boss fight trovi l'unità Ocelot. Da tanto che non faccio quella parte dell'unità Ocelot. Anzi non la conosco proprio, non l'ho mai imparata bene. Sarebbe più difficile per me fare l'unità Ocelot di The End. I see things. What's wrong? Oh, c'ha degli anticorpi GG quest'uomo, guardalo. Con la Scorpion. Ah, sembrava. Boh, 2 silenziatori ti bastano anche fino alla fine del gioco, se li sai usare bene. L'importante è ricordarsi di toglierlo quando non serve. Ciao Lucky. Ciao Rogerino. Ma non stravolgeranno nulla nel remake, grazie. Sarà talmente uguale che nessuno gli dirà un cazzo. Ma proprio perché sarà tutto uguale sarà poco memorabile. Poi lo si giocherà, platinerà, diremo guarda che bello, mio dio che grafica, guarda vedo i pene delle lumache. Guardate che dettagli che c'ha la tetta sinistra di Eva. E diremo tutte queste cose. E poi sarà dimenticato come il remake di Medieval, come il remake di Demon's Souls, perché sono giochi uguali ai precedenti, insomma. Io voglio Twin Snake, bello il Twin Snake, non se ne è accorto nessuno. Cioè, oh, hanno annunciato la Master Collection lì, tutti quanti a dire, oh, ma non c'è Metal Gear Solid 4, oh, ma vogliamo Metal Gear Solid 4, ma che senso ha fare il remaster? Ma nessuno ha detto, ah, ma Twin Snake, perché non fanno il remaster di quello? No. Puttana, perché odiate tanto quel povero gioco? Ma no. Cazzo, avete la possibilità di giocare il primo Metal Gear col gameplay del 2. Fatevelo piacere. Non è mica che ha cancellato l'originale, insomma. Invece no, non gliene frega un cazzo a nessuno. Spezziamo una lancia in favore dei fruttariani. Ah. Greeny Nigorki. Più che altro uscirà su Steam. Chissà se si riuscirà a moddare un pochino anche. Magari a mettere la modalità VR, prima persona. Non dico il remake, ma dico i classici. In un try per fare il rank dei boss mi avevo preso la scossa qui, vero? Ho un ricordo del genere. Un ricordo terribile. No dai, passiamo per l'ingresso principale, niente scorciatoie. Queste shortcut cittose.
Freeze!
Okay, just a second.
What's wrong?
Freeze!
No, wait!
Greeny Nigorki, mura interne. No, no, Leon, guarda, ci sei tu. È sia in camera mia che in chat, ragazzi, guardate, lui è woman, bingo. Comunque, no, ma diciamo che mi ha fatto venire voglia di rigiocarlo. Ma avevo voglia di rigiocarli già da un po' in realtà, però volevo rifare l'1. Ma visto che hanno annunciato il remake del 3, magari qualcuno che non l'ha mai visto si fa un'idea di quello che potrebbero vedere nel remake.
Freeze!
Questo non mi ha neanche sentito arrivare.
Freeze!
Tanto l'MX era tutto diverso. Completamente reimmaginato. Nuovi animali, nuovi modi per catturarli. Più animazioni, un CQC elevato. Sicuramente, tutte queste cose. Ma si sveglia sto imbecille, oh! Niente, è sonno pesante, cazzo.
Freeze!
Allo?
No, wait!
Grazie per il follow, Liam. Hai visto? Ho mezzo metro di Leon sempre accanto a me.
Freeze!
Freeze! Cioè, se vuoi conquistare l'area in questo gioco senza aver cazzi di nessun tipo, è meglio se li metti tutti a testa in giù. Tutti a pancia in giù, cioè. Perché se li addormenti dopo un po' si svegliano, se li stordisci dopo un po' si svegliano, se li uccidi commetti un crimine contro l'umanità. Quindi li metti così, così non si alzano mai, resteranno così per sempre. A meno che non fai partire un'allerta. Fai partire un'allerta si alzano tutti e allora sono cazzi. Quindi a vostro rischio e pericolo. Solo nel 3, mi pare che nel 4 si rialzano dopo un po'. Non mi pare rimangano sempre giù. Perché non me lo ricordo più? Non ce l'ho presente. Olla.
What can I say?
Non è quello che si potrebbe ingenuamente pensare, ma è Resident Evil Code Veronica, di cui si spera sia il prossimo futuro remake che Capcom faccia. Il signor Leon Scott Kennedy è uno di noi, ragazzi. Ne sai, visto Ciro, l'hai messo alla prova e non ti ha deluso. Grazie per la resub, viva! Ma come stai, bellone? Come stai? Come stai? Come va? Oh, la parte che più odio, cazzo! Fastidio sta parte, non la sopporto. Cazzo, se Code Veronica è il best Resident Evil. Affanculo Resident Evil 2, basta, l'ho detto, basta. Parola di intenditore. Dov'è lo scienziato? Però c'erano anche le piantine qui. Vabbè. Non si può avere tutto. Oh. No, no, che mi vede quell'altro. Posto?
Get back to work.
Va bene. Che no. Quanto ripeto la maggioranza usano la Resident Evil come migliore della saga solamente l'effetto nostalgico del primo Resident Evil che hanno giocato bambini adolescenti. Allora, Resident Evil 2 ho sempre avuto il dubbio se il mio preferito fosse Code Veronica o Resident Evil 2. Ho sempre optato per Resident Evil 2 per la questione delle campagne. Resident Evil 2 c'ha 4 campagne, c'ha 2 percorsi possibili. E quella roba lì è fuori di testa, cioè è ancora l'unico gioco che conosco che c'ha un percorso del genere. Non l'ho mai visto ripetuto da nessun'altra parte. E manco il remake è riuscito a ripetere quella roba lì, per dire. Però alla fine, insomma, Code Veronica per carità c'ha i suoi difettoni anche lui, soprattutto per il fatto che non ti dice alcune cose. Inventario che ti rimane in un personaggio se non sai che lo devi spostare di là. Tutte ste troiate qua sono pesantine. Però diciamo che Code Veronica una volta che l'hai imparato, alla fine che te ne frega. Cioè una volta che conosci il gioco sai quando devi posare gli oggetti e lasciarli a Chris. Quindi rimane comunque un brutto difetto di game design. Aia. Però dai, a livello di epicità, la storia ha fatto comunque un balzo in avanti, un Code Veronica, insomma. Confronto ai primi Resident Evil. Cioè alla fine solo il Re 7, Re 8 e Re 5 sono superiori di trama, ma gli altri... Palle quello scienziato lì ogni volta mi guarda a me. Allora, diciamo che il remake del primo Resident Evil era perfetto finché non sono passati 20 anni. Perché comunque il remake di Resident Evil 1 è best remake, ma il gameplay rimane comunque vecchio. Non svecchia per nulla meccanica e roba, è quasi esattamente lo stesso gameplay dell'originale. Secondo me il miglior remake adesso è quello del 4. No, è sempre un giocone il primo Resident Evil, ragazzi, ma lo date in mano a una qualsiasi persona che gioca da, 4-5 anni, fa fatica col remake dell'1, ragazzi. Fa molta fatica. E noi perché siamo abituati, siamo cresciuti con quel genere di gameplay, allora non vediamo chissà quali problemi. Dormi! No! Madonna, per questo la odio sta parte. Perché si sono triggerati tutti? Perché un cazzo di scienziato di merda mi ha visto per sbaglio. Vai via dall'allerta tu. Che parte di merda. Odio Granini Gorky. Bello solo se ammazzi tutti. Infatti penso che molti avessero sperato nello sciocchezza di Sony non c'essero DLC per vedere il remake dei 4, invece hanno annunciato Metal War, qui a tanti frega ben poco. A me frega un pochino, insomma, non vedo l'ora di fare... Coltellino. No, ma la più che altro l'avevano già annunciata. Già l'avevano detto e lo facevano War, quindi non è manco stato un annuncio.
Put that thing away, you'll spoil my drink. So, you're the intruder everyone's talking about. Typical capitalist dog. No manners.
And who are you?
You mean you've never heard of me?
Non vedo l'ora di lanciare il coltello.
Agent. Very well then. I am Alexander Leonovich Granin. A man of some importance, if I do say so myself. I am the foremost weapons scientist in the Soviet Union, and the head of the glorious Granin Design Bureau. This is the Order of Lenin. It is an honor of the greatest magnitude, given along with the title of Hero of Socialism to only the finest workers. It was awarded to me in recognition of my brilliant contributions to society. Since the Great Patriotic War, I have created countless weapons in the service of our great communist society. It was thanks to me that we were able to stamp out the Nazi scum.
Nazi scum.
It was I who created the basic design for the mobile ballistic missile system you know and fear as SS-1C.
You're crocked, aren't you?
I'm merely drowning my sorrow. Because of him.
Brush away your sorrow.
Drink this crap.
Him?
Sokolov.
Sokolov. It's him you're looking for, isn't it? Because of him, I have been stripped of my authority. My research has come to nothing. Look. It is a revolutionary mobile nuclear missile system. A bipedal tank.
Un carro armato bipede, ma che cazzo stai creando? Ma figurati se può funzionare, ma smettila, è un progetto proprio fallito in partenza.
A robot.
Fantascienza.
The theory of the missing link between apes and humans. Well, this technology will be the missing link between infantry and artillery. A kind of Metal Gear, if you will. And this magnificent Metal Gear will mark a revolutionary step forward in weapons development.
Metal Gear?
But I won't be used so easily. No crying myself to sleep. For you see, I'm going to send these documents to my friend in the United States.
What?
These bastards will live to regret this. And when they themselves become the top...
Ma guarda che forma di merda sto robo, ma ti pare che possano creare sta roba qui? Ma va.
Yes. Sokolov's pathetic Shagohod pales in comparison to my work. What are you going to do with a rocket engine on a tank?
About Sokolov.
A tank does not
Come
mean
minimo ruggisce pure, sì.
something else.
Sicuramente metteranno un biondo a guidarlo. Nice shoes.
Nice shoes.
No.
Legs.
Legs that allow it to go anywhere. Just as when humans learn to walk upright. That is the real revolution in weaponry. Don't you agree? But the fool's in charge. Joe Sokolov.
And where is Sokolov?
My project has been terminated. The philosopher's legacy has been handed over.
Cazzo è quello?
What the hell are you talking about?
The philosopher's legacy. Haven't you heard of the philosophers?
Moro calma,
The Colonel has inherited their immense legacy. Volgin's father was in charge of the philosopher's money laundering activities.
Era Leonid Gorovov.
Somehow
Sokolov. Ciao Manu. Guardate che bella emote che c'ha Manu. Porca puttana, quanto è bella quell'emote.
We never need to worry about the military budget. The development costs at our facility are all paid out of the Colonel's deep pockets. The weapons born here will be the genes for creating an entirely new form of warfare.
Sì, sono contento che escano su PC, mi sono rotto un po' le balle di giocarli su PS3. Cioè ormai la PS3 la monto solo per sti giochi.
Now, my money, my men, all have been diverted to the Shagohod project. Tomorrow they will be conducting the final test, while Sokolov is making the final preparations in the weapons factory at Volgin's main base, the great fortress of Grozny Grad.
Groznygrad.
I am playing host to an enemy spy and drinking myself into a stupor.
Dai, vediamo chi lo sa cosa vuol dire Groznygrad, ragazzi. Vediamo il primo che risponde bene.
Hey, you're not thinking of going to Grozny Grad. Are you mad? It's an impenetrable fortress.
I'm sure it is.
You'll be killed.
Te l'ha appena detto lui, ragazzi. Siete ignoranti,
Wait.
vergogna. Non vi ho allenati bene.
Listen to me, you fool. I want to help you.
Help me?
To thank you for your compliment.
What compliment?
The shoes.
My shoes. Tatiana gave them to me. I wanted to thank you for complimenting me on them. I'll tell you how to get into the fortress. In return, I ask only that you get that idiot out of there and destroy the Shagohod. There is an underground tunnel that runs around the perimeter of the fortress. You should be able to use it to sneak into the base. Head for the mountains. The entrance to the tunnel is located there. Take this.
Take this.
You passed through a warehouse on your way here, didn't you?
Yeah.
There should have been a lock.
Ah, comunque se fanno una collector del remake prendo quella, ragazzi. Quindi probabilmente lo giochiamo su PS5.
This key will open that door. Beyond that door lies the vast jungle. You can climb up into the mountains from the far end of the jungle. Go back to the warehouse. Use the key to open the locked door and head for the mountains. Got it?
Irazu in the mount.
Why are you helping me?
Unlike Sokolov, the thought of defecting has never once crossed my mind.
Però sapete che c'è, ragazzi.
I love
this country.
My country.
My country.
I love this land.
This land, ecco perché ero confuso.
I cannot even imagine living anywhere else.
Potrei giocarlo Portable Ops, non l'ho mai portato nel canale.
I wish to remain a hero of the great motherland. I cannot bear the thought of being
Si emula anche da Dio.
corner and left to waste away. It is already dawn. You must hurry. I will remain here and nurse my troubles for a little longer. To capitalism!
Sicuramente Peace Walker, The Phantom Pain, Ground Zero ci sono al volume 2. Il 4 già lo vedo difficile. Portable Ops lo odia solo Kojima, quindi la Konami potrebbe anche decidere di metterlo. Acid, il tuo cazzo è Acid, moro. Sì, ha voglia se mettono le Phantom Pain, mi pare che non lo mettano. Guarda che mi vuole guardare in faccia a tutti i costi. Dai zitto, sei ubriaco, Grani. Com'è che passavo qua senza farmi vedere? Strisciavo forse? Mi pare di sì. Sì. È vero che c'era. Per fare il Big Boss era anche dovuto strisciare. Che vuoi? Tutto niente io. La lanciata della colletta dell'uno delle tre non trovare il primo non dovrebbe essere secondo su un attivo di ultima generazione. Allora, se fanno una remaster alla Final Fantasy VIII, ma la fanno meglio, primo Metal Gear Solid potrebbe essere carino rigiocarlo. Se fanno semplicemente un porting, sti cazzi, perché comunque c'è già, c'è... No vabbè, nel senso se decidono di comunque di uppare i modelli, fare dei modellini un attimo più aggiornati, come hanno fatto con Final Fantasy VIII, poi vabbè, ma c'è chi non piacciono perché sono diversi, però se prendono il gioco sostituiscono i modellini, magari un pochino di labiale, non dico grande roba. Però secondo me non lo so. Non lo so. Era meglio se facevano Twin Snake. Era molto meglio se portavano Twin Snake. Evidentemente però lì ci sono accordi che non permetteranno mai di vederlo. No, a me Twin Snake piace. Ti dirò, quando ho voglia di rigiocare l'1 mi viene più voglia di rigiocare Twin Snake dell'1 in sé ormai. Gli sfondi, sì, vabbè. Però quello è il problema degli sfondi pre-renderizzati. Metal Gear Solid è completamente in 3D. Quindi manco ci sarebbe la possibilità che quel problema subentri, insomma. Mamma mia, come ha fatto a non far partire l'allerta direttamente?
Freeze!
Quello sì. Quello senza dubbio, li potevano fare molto meglio. Però vi dirò, prima o poi la gioco, la remaster di Final Fantasy VIII, sono comunque curioso di vedere come rende con i modellini nuovi. Partire sempre fullato prima di ogni boss fight. E togliere la pittura perché nella cutscene la pittura fa schifo. No, no, Ciro, ce la puoi fare, fidati di me, ce la puoi fare. De Ciro. Vabbè, però a parte Skull gli altri secondo me sono migliori. Cioè Rinoa e Selfie sono molto patatine, mi piacciono tanto i modelli nuovi. Sta facendo un inquinamento acustico incredibile sto tizio. Senti il volume che è alto. Ah, matto in culo sto ragno. Come sei The Fear? No, non mi dire. Non l'avevo capito. Poneutria. Fenutria. Sì, The Fear, ho il siero in tasca.
The boss's apprentice. I will give you fear such as you've never experienced before.
Come to my web. Perché mi ricordo anche le frasi di sto imbecille.
For you to feel the fear.
Che personaggio di merda. Cioè adesso voglio vedere se c'ha un pizzico di lore. Vediamo se scopriamo qualcosa. E non... spero non mi caghino il cazzo per il fatto che sono avvelenato.
Snake, are you alright?
You've been shot with a poison bolt. The poison is spreading throughout your body.
Togliamo prima il veleno. Oh.
The Fear is using something called stealth camouflage to conceal himself. But you should be able to spot him if you look closely in first-person view. Watch for rustling grass, falling leaves, anything that will betray his presence. Find him and shoot him in first-person view.
Per I miei geni soprattutto.
The Fear's stealth camouflage apparently drains his stamina rather quickly.
No, solo consigli su come batterlo.
He'll have no choice but to go looking for food. That's your chance. Throw one of your food items to set a trap for him. Plant a claymore or some TNT and lure him into it.
Ma chi le mette le Claymore? Ma sei scemo? Ma come fai ad anticiparlo con la Claymore?
Also work well. Used properly, your food can be a weapon.
To treat a bolt wound, you'll need your knife.
Ti parlo più, paramedic, basta. Abbiamo perso Eva.
Snake. The Fear is
Ho capito! Ho giocato il primo.
how it works exactly, but it seems to refract the light around it somehow to hide the person who's wearing it. This is the best camouflage I've ever seen. It's going to be tough to figure out where he is. But that doesn't mean he doesn't have a weak point. Apparently, wearing stealth camo really drains your stamina. When he's out of stamina, the camo will stop working. Don't miss your opportunity.
Ma fa sempre le soliti due rami, ma cambia! Ma drogato! Ma guarda te che se mi devo spostare perché lui non sa muoversi. Dammi una rana. Non toccare il frutto. Mi ricordo più dove spawnavano i colpi dell'MK. Che sfiga. Che sfiga. Eccoli qua. Dov'è il mango che ha colpito? No! Ma! Ha mangiato ancora il veleno. Ma Dio. Fa veramente cacare anche sta boss fight.
The fear! The fear! I see it! The fear!
L'unico hit è stata la trappola che mi è finita sui piedi. Spirits of the forest. Thank you. The boss will be proud of you. Che la trama in questo momento qui è giorno o mattina, ci deve essere un motivo, scusa. È come dire, perché in Re 4 il pueblo non è mai solo di notte? Perché non sanno creare un'atmosfera horror. Ti permettere mai più, Thomas. Ma ho finito i oh cazzo. What's wrong?
What's wrong?
Freeze.
Haha, food. E quello?
Radio, get us some backup.
Non c'è più nessuna radio. Aia.
Freeze.
Che pompata in faccia che mi sono preso. Un colpo è un problema. C'è un altro silenziatore, ma non mi serve, basta. Figa, ne ho 3. 2,5. Non credo faranno ritocchi di questo tipo lì. Secondo me sarà identico, soltanto con la grafica uppata. Perché comunque è molto profonda la boss fight di The Fear, è solo che
In Groznygrad, Dr. Sokolov.
se lo fai con i tranquillanti muore subito.
He's fine. Right now he's busy putting the finishing touches on the Shagohod.
Good. That means they haven't killed him.
Not
Però-
yet anyway, but you better hurry.
C'è la cosa che se usi la pillola della morte apparente lui si avvicina a te per controllarti. C'è la cosa che se gli fai mangiare il cibo avvelenato lui vomita. C'è la cosa che fai mangiare il cibo avariato lui vomita.
Eva, you can't let Sokolov out of your sight.
Trucchi per batterlo, il visore termico, riesci a vedere la mimetica ottica, puoi usare il microfono, insomma ci sono varie cose che puoi usare all'interno della boss fight. Cioè la boss fight è già avanti di per sé.
Key to the warehouse.
Why?
Because he was drunk, I guess.
Solo che è tutto molto meccanico,
Problem with that route.
tutto legnosetto,
Mountain entrance to the underground
perché gli anni erano quelli.
fortress is sealed. You need a key to get in.
Ma non è che ci puoi aggiungere di più di quello che già c'è con The Fear.
That key won't work. But don't worry, I'll figure something out. I have an idea. There are some ruins at the top of the mountains. Meet me there.
The top of the mountains. Got it.
The top of the mountain.
Wait, there's something else I've got to tell you.
Now what?
I heard that one of the cobras is waiting for you in the jungle at the foot of the mountains. He's a legendary sniper.
Oh, uno che c'ha una lore, meno male, grazie.
I've seen him before. That ridiculously old guy, right?
Don't underestimate him. He's known as the father of modern sniping.
Is he alone? No spotter?
None. He's all by himself. Apparently, he doesn't need a spotter.
You can't be serious.
The entire forest is on his side.
The forest?
Stay alert.
Yeah. I'd hate to have it be the end for me.
It's forest! Oh my god! But just take a look at this! Sì, ma prima c'è sviato Gornish, Ciro, sviato Gornish. Socorrovenno, sì. Socorrovenno era quella di End, avevamo ragione ieri. Qua ricordatevi, se volete prendere ogni genere di cibo e pianta del gioco, c'è un particolare fungo che cresce soltanto in questa mappa. Ora non mi ricordo dov'era però. Lì c'è la Kerotan se vi interessa. Sento anche dei calabroni. Questa è una trappola. Mi ha visto. Sì.
Freeze.
Che palle. Aiuto! Non ti incastrare! Non ho potuto farvi vedere il fungo, vabbè. Tutto perché non avevo più colpi della pistola. Dovevo rimanere dove di The Fear e prenderli lì. C'erano 8 colpi. Dimenticato di prenderli. Hello? Hello?
I beg of you, grant me the strength to take this final prey. Let me linger in this world just
Parassiti, parassiti.
I have already slept enough for one lifetime. Enough for an eternity. You have my thanks. I have to thank you for waking me. If you hadn't shown up, my sleep would have been eternal. Do you hear me, Snake? I am the end. I am here to send you to your ultimate fate. You'll make a fine quarry for my final hunt.
Cioè, ma lo vedete che già sto vecchio in 2 minuti ha tirato fuori più carisma dal culo di quegli altri 2 stronzi messi insieme, ragazzi.
Eva, I found that sniper you were talking about.
That's the end. He's a legend.
Sì, insieme anche
As the father of sniping.
The Fury anche peggio in effetti.
Urban and marine environments.
What about the forest?
Però vabbè dai, The Fury almeno sai che è andato nello spazio. C'ha una briciola di background piccolina che te la dicono.
And a clearing. He should be lying in wait for you in one of those places.
Sounds like this may take a while.
It'll be a test of endurance. Be careful though. From what I've heard, the End has an almost supernatural knack for camouflaging himself.
So, whoever moves first loses. This guy's over 100 years old, though, so I should have the advantage in terms of stamina.
I wouldn't be so sure if I were you.
Why's that?
I've heard that his body is photosynthetic, like a plant.
What is he, some kind of monster?
On top of that, he can speak to the forest, too.
So in other words, he knows it inside out.
But he doesn't know you. I'm sure you can beat him.
Don't worry. I intend to.
Thank you for awakening me. No greater good, no just cause. Cazzo, m'ha fatto la capriola storto. Brutto culone. Che sono ancora senza colpi. No, l'arboricolo fa schifo. Il gaviale, il gaviale. Niente, l'ho missato pure. The End, devo andarmi a pigliare i colpi. Mi fai andare giù? Ti tiro questa. Niente, ho ammazzato qualcuno. Ora gli sparo, Via! Via! Madonna, vattene via da lì! Vedete aver 8 colpi in meno a cosa comporta? Mi ha preso giusto in fronte. Over here. Ah, a posto. 8 colpi. Recupera un attimo vita, che sto rumore mi sta facendo impazzire. Piri! Piri! Non è tornato, vero? No. Esatto, Dio. Quindi The End è vegano. È più che vegano. È più che vegano Domatino. È anche meglio di te. Non fa male manco alle piante lui. Si nutra... Puttana che paura. Dov'è? Ma non c'è. Ho preso un infarto, cazzo. No. Niente, oggi è fortunato in culo, cazzo. Becca tutti i tempismi giusti. Mamma mia. Ma puttano, la spaccatura, grazie al cazzo che mi ha visto subito prima. Ma anche i soldati, ecco perché mi hanno visto subito. Ho dimenticato di cambiare uniforme. C'era qualcosa che non tornava. E niente. È la sua giornata. Mi sta mettendo in difficoltà dopo anni, ragazzi. Ce l'ha fatta. Di solito è stupro The End. Oggi gli va bene. Mi ha visto, eh? Avete visto come si è girato? Bastardo. Niente, l'ho mancato. Quante cazzo di granate c'ha? Maledetto. Ah, torna indietro, ci riprova qui. Guardalo. Mi è sfuggito. Maledetto, era andato oltre. Era caduto oltre la zona. L'hanno detto, hanno detto che il delta simboleggia cambiamento senza stravolgere la forma. Che cazzo è che hanno detto? Ah, sono a sega io di cosa simboleggia il delta, loro sanno. E niente, piove. E ora ho perso le impronte. Pensionati come questo?
Freeze. Where did you... I don't think so. I don't think so. Fine. Have this. Try this on for size.
Quanto cazzo è veloce. Cos'era? Vabbè, recupero i proiettili almeno. È raro quel nascondiglio lì, eh. No, non sono spawnati. Nascondiglio dov'era adesso? È rarissimo quello. L'avrò visto tipo una volta e basta che si nascondeva lì. Di solito non bazzica proprio in quella mappa, sta sempre o in questa o in quella di prima. Qua di solito si mette lì. No, mi sa che è andato più avanti. No, non c'è. Dove cazzo è andato? No! Ecco. Sta prendendo vita il bastardo, non ci provare.
Fight like a man.
Ma ti stavi recuperando vita? A me fight like a man, una stronzo. Ti sparo adesso, A proposito di vita, devo mangiare. Pretty tasty. Quanto l'ho sempre odiata sta roba dello zaino, delle armi. Era tanto bello nel 2 che avevi tutte le armi. Tutte catalogate per categoria. Dai, credo di averlo visto, è lì, è lì. No, più a sinistra, un pochino più a destra, più su. È lì, dai che ce l'hai. Ce l'hai. Non ha funzionato il fazzoletto. Guarda che non funziona. Dove vai, bastardo? Torna qui. Maledetto. T'azzarda a sparare, Oh, non riesco mica a prenderlo, Visto che ti piace tanto lanciarle. E bam! No! No! È troppo basso, non lo prende. Ne ha ancora, cazzo. Ti manca solo un colpo, vecchio. Niente, ancora resiste. Bam. Ma come fa ad alzarsi ancora? Basta, The End. Sta andando l'in. Com'è possibile? Non c'è più vita, non ha più stamina. Ha vinto lui, ragazzi. Moralmente ha vinto lui. Si è guadagnato un'altra possibilità di battermi, guardalo. Anche se butterà tutto al vento perché cercherà di recuperare vita, io vedrò dov'è. No! È lì sopra. The end.
Spirits of the forest, I thank you. The boss would be proud of you. The time has come for a younger generation to rise. I've been wandering for more than a century, and now my journey comes to a close. What a splendid way to end it all. I have no regrets. I can return to the Forum Allah.
Best Cobra. Best Cobra a mani basse. Anche The Sorrow, tanta roba. Però The End. Che tocco di classe la dentiera, eh? Giochiamolo con le camere fisse. Non so neanche se saprei più giocarlo con la telecamera così. Boss fight pure ridimensionata, doveva essere anche più grande. Ma che cazzo. Ah. Pretty tasty. Vabbè, io ammetto che nella mia ignoranza da piccino, quando vidi Old Snake per la prima volta, dissi una frase orribile, ragazzi. Dissi: che palle. Forse era meglio Raiden. Nel senso, era meglio se facevano il 4 con Raiden. No, dai trailer, senza che ci fosse gameplay e nient'altro. C'era letteralmente il primo trailer con Snake che parlava col robottino di Otacon, ragazzi. E il trailer di Raiden contro Vamp. Quindi vedevi com'era Raiden, vedevi com'era Snake e dicevi ma non è che forse era meglio... Poi ovviamente straricreduto, cioè Old Snake rimane il mio preferito. I want some more. La maggior parte delle persone rovina questo momento perché non mangia prima di salire la scala. E mentre fa la scala si sente la pancia che fa brrr, e c'è la musica in sottofondo con la pancia che fa brrr. Oddio, non l'ho presa la cioccolata, vero? Merda. I'm still in a dream. Vabbè, abbiamo l'animale, dai. I'm still in a dream. Tomatino eat.
HQ, respond.
This is HQ.
Patrol here.
What's going on? Respond. There's something wrong. Support unit, confirm their status.
What's wrong?
What's wrong? Come in, HQ.
What's going on? Respond.
Ce n'è uno qua vicino?
What's going on out there?
What's wrong? Come in, HQ.
This is HQ.
Patrol here. Enemy is attacking from an unknown position. Begin the alert status.
Acknowledged. Keep your eyes open.
Quanti cazzo ne sono arrivati? Furenti furibondi oggi. Me la son giocata male io, Non sparerai con l'RPG da qui, su.
Patrol here. Enemy sighted.
Col fazzolettino. Spoiler, hanno perso. Funziona male il fazzoletto comunque, eh. Krasnogor. Calma, intanto sono gli anni 60. Minchia, anche questo ero riuscito a prendere da sotto, GG. Guarda lì la mimetica con l'animale, 95. Cos'è Factions, Ranciro? Ah. Oddio, me l'ero completamente dimenticato in realtà. Oh, che palle, quanto stanno qui? Non l'ho mai fatta stealth con loro, Ho sempre fatto con l'elicottero. Che si fa i cazzi suoi, non rompe il cazzo a nessuno. Guarda come rimangono qua, pesante. L'hanno appena rimandato. Vabbè, faccio in tempo a dimenticarmene ancora, grazie Ciro. Addio. E se ne va così. Figa se devono patchare parte 1 su PC. La spazza, la spazza. Maledetto. Così vicino, eh? Molto male. Molto male. Potini, potini. Culo. Questo è stato un colpo di culo. Pa 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 pa.
What's that sound?
Davvero passa per di là. Non me l'aspetto. Ah, perché c'è il ponte.
Freeze.
Le smettetela di far partire ste allerte finte. Leggetevi le recensioni di FIFA 2023 su Steam, ragazzi. E capirete la battuta di Kennino. Le tette, tu.
Well, that was quick.
You look like you could use some rest.
I'll be fine. It's just that playing these 2 roles hasn't left me much time to sleep.
Where'd you get those cuts?
The Colonel.
He found out?
If he knew, I'd be dead already. No, this is his hobby. He's a sadist. He gets pleasure out of making people suffer. He's scum. Does it look that strange to you?
No. I'm the same way. Scars all over.
Can I see?
No.
Tanto è sempre mezza nuda,
I got
mentino.
it after defecting to the Soviet Union.
I don't think so. It's older than that. Code breaking is a desk job. Where'd you get this kind of scar?
You really want to know? Well, too bad. A girl's got to have some secrets, you know. But enough about that. You've got to get going. The Phase 2 trial of the Shagohod is about to start, and it looks like someone might be coming to spoil the party.
Khrushchev?
His forces are on their way here. The Colonel is gathering his troops together to meet them. If we don't get a move on, the security will be even tighter than it is now. You'll need this key. It unlocks the door to the underground tunnel. Once you're in there, you can follow the tunnel to get inside Groznygrad. And take this too.
What is it?
The food of the future. A well-balanced meal for the space age. It's good to eat some real food once in a while. I'll bet if I kissed you, you'd taste like a wild beast.
E di pittura. Di sangue di The End.
Do you know where exactly
Sudore di The End.
He's in the heart of the
Di escrementi di Calabrone.
This lab is divided into 3 wings. There's the East Wing, which houses the research facility. Then there's the main wing where the weapons are assembled. That's where the Shagohod is. Finally, there's the West Wing, which is connected via a passageway to the main building. That's where Sokolov is. To get in, you'll have to enter the main wing from the East Wing. Then, go through the passageway on the 2nd floor of the main wing.
The West Wing of the weapons lab. Got it.
Got it.
There's just one problem.
Not again.
The West Wing is protected by the highest level of security. You need to be Colonel class to get in.
Colonel class?
Here, look at this
Sono fuori fuoco.
Major Ivan Raidenovich Rykov. Pretend you're him.
Raidenovich.
That.
Steal his clothes. You look similar from behind. They won't know the difference. Your face might be a problem, so you just have to figure something out. He should be somewhere in the East Wing.
Ma che contento che è.
All right. But how am I supposed to escape once I get Sokolov out of there? Command said you're supposed to have something ready for me.
And I do. There's a lake 30 miles north of here. I hid a wig there.
A wig?
It's a state-of-the-art ground effect vehicle.
A ground effect vehicle? I can't fly one of those.
That's okay. I happen to be an excellent pilot.
Taking off from a lake is trickier than it looks. It's not like riding a motorcycle. You've got to be more delicate.
Of course I will. You've seen how good I am with the bike, right?
Right. You handle the escape then. I'll head for Groznygrad.
Wait a minute.
Groznygrad.
I wanted to ask you.
What?
What's the story between you and the boss?
She was like a mother, and my master.
And your lover?
It went deeper than that.
Deeper?
Half of me belongs to the boss.
Do you love her?
No, nothing like that.
Do you hate her?
Does it have to be one or the other? Love or hate?
Between a man and a woman? You bet.
For 10 years, we lived and died together. You couldn't possibly understand.
And you think you can kill her now? That's your mission, isn't it? Assassinating the boss? Snake? Is there anyone you like? Someone special?
I've never been interested in other people's lives.
Smettila di citare
You
tuo
were
figlio.
interested in the boss.
She was different.
Really? How do you feel about me?
I should be asking you the same question.
Me? I can fall in love if it's part of the mission. Even with you. Snake?
Che giga Chad.
See you around, Snake. Take care of yourself.
What about you?
I've got to hurry back and play my other part.
Are you going to be okay?
Not sure. They're not stupid and they know there's a spy. There's no way you could have gotten this far all by yourself.
Certo che la vedi e diresti che proprio è l'ultima persona al mondo che potrebbe lavorare per i cinesi. Con sto biondo, sta carnagione, sti occhi azzurrissimi, non diresti mai che lavora per i cinesi.
Colonel. Did he talk?
No, he died before I could get it out of him.
Così ammazziamo eroi dell'Unione Sovietica perché sì. Proprio psicopatico, voglio.
Look at this.
A transmitter?
Exactly. Planted to keep someone informed of his location.
But does this mean Granin was the spy?
Perhaps he was being...
Sì, ma voglio dire, non c'ha proprio rispetto per un cazzo, Volgin, né i suoi compaesani.
Comrade.
Gente che ha salvato il mondo dai nazisti.
I don't approve of your methods.
I don't need your approval. I'm in command here.
And that nuclear shell?
Still feeling sore about that, are you? What are you gonna do? Report it to the authorities? This is war, Major. A Cold War, fought with information and espionage. We must root out spies wherever they hide. It is kill or be killed. Potential threats must be weeded out. Your feelings are a menace to the unity of our organization. Someone is guiding the enemy's hand. A single man can only accomplish so much. Make no mistake, there is a spy among us.
But casting suspicion on our own comrades...
The C3 explosives have been stolen.
You think it was the American?
No. He could not have reached this fortress yet.
Then... who?
I'd be careful about suspecting your own men.
Boss!
Where have you been?
The fear and the end have fallen.
Damn it! CIA dog? That leaves only the Fury. How can the
Preferito di Ciro.
be beaten so easily?
He's good.
Fallen for him?
Don't worry.
Non ha smentito.
I'll take care of him.
What is he after? Must be more than just Sokolov.
America is out to destroy the Shagohod and get its hands on your inheritance.
Vabbè, due ce ne sono, Meltino, cioè o The End o The Sword.
Impossible. The legacy, it...
Then they're out to kill me as well. Colonel, tighten the security on this place. He's coming here, I'm sure of it. I'm gonna get the Davy Crockett.
The Pain tatuato. Chi cazzo è esitato a The Pain? Che schifo. Magari si mette i feromoni delle zanzare qua per gonfiare la faccia di The Pain. Per simulare le punture dei calabroni.
Nice boots. Make sure you polish them up properly.
Vedi, Ocelot l'ha capito che è cinese. No, Ocelot è proprio asessuale, è diverso. Snake è etero ma è gigaciaddissimo. First the mission. No, è più d'amore, è idolatrismo, è proprio... Cioè, è proprio dedicare la vita a una persona, cioè, oltre l'amore, ragazzi, quello di Ocelot. È proprio roba... Sentimenti più unici che rari. Cioè, figa, Ocelot ha quasi distrutto il mondo nel 4 per salvare Big Boss, ragazzi. Poteva un cazzo a lui togliere i Patriots. Lui voleva solo svegliare Big Boss. Oh, figa, proiettili proprio non ne trovo. Dovrei perquisire qualche stronzo. Anche lo scorpione lì, l'ho visto che mi puntava, eh. No! Vi sbrigati prima che si addormenta. Dammi i proiettili. No, il silenzio. Oddio, è buono. In un'altra run mi sarebbe stato utile, ma non in questa. No! Addormentato. Mi è partito il proiettile. Come? Che palle che sei! Madonna! Dai, narcotizzalo per l'amor di Dio! Mi sono narcotizzato io. Dai, che sta arrivando! Eccolo lì. E si sta anche per svegliare.
Freeze.
Don't shoot!
Non me li danno sti proiettili, Porco zozzo maiale come tutti gli uomini.
Freeze.
Datemi i proiettili. Mi fate arrabbiare. Mi fate arrabbiare.
Oh.
Cioè, ho quasi finito i proiettili di quest'altra pistola per cercare i proiettili di quella. Ah.
Freeze.
Sì.
Freeze.
Io non vi esamino manco più, mi sono rotto le balle, vado via.
Freeze.
Oh, 8 proiettili, grazie Gesù. Esistono ancora. Ma me ne sono perso uno. Pensavo di essere coperto. Ok, finiti. Basta. Amico del ragno che ha morso l'ho letto solo adesso. La tarantola, cazzo. The Darkness. Ah no, spaccature? Di più della nera, sicuro? Vabbè, se lo dice lui. È Maranciro. E sai che cosa ho visto? E uccidiamo dei pipistrelli a caso.
I am the Fury.
Fury.
Flames of my rage will incinerate you. I came back from space.
Secondo la loro ufficiale, la manifestazione mentale dell'esperienza di The Boss nello spazio. Ma probabilmente l'ha conosciuto lì, cioè...
Fury.
Avranno condiviso qualche viaggio sullo spazio insieme.
A great and terrible fury at being alive.
Ma io non capisco perché non hanno mai provato neanche nei sequel ad approfondirli di più i Cobra. No, ma sì, che è ovvio che è una cazzata, non è una manifestazione, è una persona. Insomma. Ma non è mai sceso qui! Ma che cazzo è successo? Ma non è mai sceso qui! Lui scende sempre o qui o di là. No, ora comincia il pipì. Ma m'ha preso da dietro l'angolo. Sta un po' cheatando oggi, Ma che cazzo attaccate me, bastardi? No, qua ho sbagliato io. È furioso. Cazzo!
Snake! I love barbecues.
Mi ha rotto il culo. Eh sì. Nulla da dire. Lui mi ha fatto proprio malissimo. Niente, oh, è sculatino pure lui oggi. Un FPS. Affanculo.
Boss.
Dimmi.
This is the end of the Cobras.
Eh sì, sei l'ultimo.
Live on. You're the only one left. I'm off. To join the sorrow.
Perché gli altri tre no, E gli altri tre non gli frega un cazzo manco a lui.
Behold, the flames of fury. The fires of hell will purge me
clean. I can see it.
I can see it. Mission Control, do you read me?
Perché si sente giusto?
I'm coming home. I see the earth.
Non lo so, cioè aveva poteri psichici alla fine, quindi lui era The Sorrow che controllava la sua anima e ce la scagliava contro in fiamme. Che cos'è? Come la spieghi sta roba? Che cos'è The Fury? Che porca puttana. Cioè almeno The Pain e The End alla fine li hanno spiegati in The Phantom Pain, però li hanno spiegati. The Fear, vabbè, The Fear, The Fear fai finta che non ci sia, tanto frega un cazzo a nessuno. Era Mantis che lo controllava. No, non è vero. Ricordatevi, il punto debole di The Fury è il coltello. Ok. Qua il gioco va a 2 fps.
Freeze.
What was that?
Freeze. Freeze.
Groziningrad.
Who's that?
No! Oi 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 oi. No, ho premuto troppo cerchio. Quella capriola sbagliata mi è costata la vita. Sì, Meltino, c'è la Groziningrad come mappa multiplayer. Questo tizio qua, chi se lo ricordava?
Freeze.
Who's that?
Figa, è il cane più lento del mondo. Arriva. Si è rimesso a dormire il cane. Just my imagination, just my imagination, just my imagination. Ed era rifatta molto bene la mappa di Grozingrad su Metal Gear Solid 4. Mancava lo Shagod, però cazzo, era molto bella. Era bello attorno all'hangar, ricordo, c'erano parti dove potevi salire sopra, andare lì. Oh no, è qui Rimimbi. Mai usciti così bene degli headshot. Era mezza innevata, era mezza innevata. Era mezza innevata, tutta abbandonata. No, comincia a rompere le balle. Che palle, fa il giro lungo.
Huh? What's that sound? Huh? Huh? What's that sound?
LOL. Mi sta guardando. Con molta calma, mi raccomando. Non ti caghi addosso, piano, che se vai troppo veloce esce tutto in una volta. Piano. Piano. Ai 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 ai. Aiuto. Mi fa male. Polizia. Sì? Ce l'hai con me? Non usa qui? Just my imagination, just my imagination. Vola. Così anche il sogno di dimmi quando di vedere Raiden nudo l'abbiamo avverato. Siamo a posto così. Just my imagination. La tua vita è completa. Dai che c'è la best parte del gioco adesso. Presto tutti a googlare Shoko Hamada. Presto, presto. Non essere sciocco.
Sir. Sir. What's wrong? Forgive me for troubling you, sir. Forgive me for troubling you, sir. Forgive me for troubling you, sir.
Quante ore passate a fare ste troiate, madonna. Boh, si posa il joystick. Se qualcuno ha da mangiare. Adesso c'è Sokolo, ti spiega tutta la trama, dimmi. Ti riassume tutto il gioco.
Here it is.
Eccolo, eccolo. È lì, è tutto lì di meno.
You can count on me.
C'è la lore, il dischetto
What
con la
about
lore.
the philosopher's legacy?
I don't know anything about that. What are you? Are you trying to kill me?
What's the matter?
What's the matter?
I know nothing, I swear it. No one but the Colonel knows of the legacy.
I see.
No, don't! Oh.
L'ha bullizzato così, a caso, a gratis. L'ha fatto. Il pene del dimmi cane.
You're the man from the CIA. What are you doing here?
I told you before, didn't I? I'm going to get you out of here.
A man of honor, just like your commander. But I'm afraid you're too late.
Too late? Don't tell me. The Shagohods.
Exactly. The final preparations for Phase 2 are complete.
Sokolov, what exactly is Phase 2?
To put it in technical terms, it's a composite range extension system for medium-range ballistic missiles.
Esatto, di meno.
The Shagohod was originally designed
Preparativi per la Worst Boss Fight.
Missiles from any type of terrain. There was just one problem we couldn't figure out how to solve. The ICBMs we have today are simply too big for the Shagohod to carry. But the military would not hear of it. They demanded a weapon that could launch a nuclear missile directly into the American homeland. That is when I came up with the idea for Phase 2.
But there's no way you could load an ICBM onto the Shagohod. So how'd you do it?
By accelerating the Shagohod itself.
Accelerating it?
In Phase 2, a rocket booster unit is attached to the frame of the Shagohod. The unit incorporates the same technology used in the Vostok rocket that sent Major Gagarin into space. Using this booster, the Shagohod can achieve a land speed of over 300 miles per hour.
That monster can go more than 300 miles per hour?
Yes. And from this state of accelerated motion, it launches a nuclear missile.
So, the Shagohod acts like the first stage of a rocket.
Yes, precisely. The range of the missile launched by the Shagohod thus increases from 2,500 miles to 6,000 miles.
6,000 miles? That's enough to strike anywhere in the United States.
Not only that, with the Shagohod, there's no need to construct giant silos like the ones used to house ICBMs. All you need is a runway about 3 miles in length, or its equivalent. And you can launch a thermonuclear strike against any location in the United States from anywhere in the Soviet Union. It cannot be detected by spy planes or satellites. It's a mobile fortress, capable of deploying in secret and launching its payload at any time.
A weapon from hell.
A completed prototype now sits in the hangar. At present, it is the only one of its kind. But Volgin is planning to mass-produce them based on that.
Oh no, la mass production.
And deploy them all over the Soviet Union.
Ridiculous.
Yes. And that's not the end of it. He's going to ship them to Eastern Europe, to Asia, to all the countries of the Eastern Bloc. Even worse, he intends to use the Shagohod as bait to foment armed uprisings among dictators, ethnic insurgents, and revolutionary groups throughout the Third World. His funds are nearly limitless. He could start mass production tomorrow if he wanted. The reason that tensions between East and West have settled into a Cold War is because each side fears the other's power. Deterrence. The idea of using threats to keep one's enemy in check is the perfect word to sum up this state of affairs. But the Shagohod goes far beyond the level of threat. It will render the concept of deterrence utterly meaningless. If such a weapon is unleashed on the world, it will not be long before all nations are engulfed in conflict. The Cold War will end, and the entire planet will be consumed by the fires of war. Vulcan and the Shagohod will be at the center of it all. So you see, it's already too late.
No, it's not too late.
What do you mean?
No.
We've still got a chance. All we have to do is destroy the prototype and the whole facility before they can mass produce it.
But
just tell me what I need to do to destroy this place.
All right. The liquid fuel used in the rocket engine is stored in a tank. If you can blow it up somehow, some C3 ought to be enough to blow the entire hangar to smithereens.
C3? You mean that cutting-edge plastic explosive?
It could be molded into any shape. The bomb of the future.
Where can I get it?
There was some in the armory here, but it's gone now. It was stolen by a female spy who was here a minute ago.
Eva?
No, that's not her name. Her name is
Vediamo che nero perché c'ho tanto sonno
by
oggi.
becoming Vulcan's lover.
Devo vedere un attimo a che ora devo alzarmi.
Mine? Oh no, she is Vulcan's lover.
Allora.
This is my lover.
2B65.
Who are they?
My wife and daughter. They're in America.
No, vabbè, se ne frega un cazzo della foto
Is in
su.
the custody of the CIA. How long has Tatiana been here?
Only a few weeks.
A few days before the Virtuous mission, then.
She said that Khrushchev sent her.
What did you just give her?
All of the experimental data for the Shagohod. Please, it is essential that you destroy the Shagohod.
I will, but first I've got to get you to safety.
No. I'm not going.
My mission is to rescue you.
Leave me.
Sokolov!
3:18.
Khrushchev has abandoned me. I cannot return to my country. I would most certainly be sent to the gulags.
Dai, posso fare anche le 4 allora.
US?
Yes, I once thought of that. My family's waiting for me there. But even if I fled to the United States, I would once again find myself creating weapons of mass murder. In the end, it doesn't matter where I go. I am still a weapons scientist. To be honest with you, I'm tired. Every day, I help create things that should never be used, things that should never have existed in the first place. Every day, without sleep, without a word of praise from others. And my creations do not even benefit mankind. They are merely the tools of politicians. All I wanted to do was build space rockets.
Magari scarica qualcosa di un pochino meno impegnativo. Che
The race between America and Russia became the prey of politicians. The space race and the arms
Tanto ci vorranno ancora 3 orette qui. Poco meno.
Missiles, rockets, what's the difference? Scientists are always being used. Please, watch over my family.
Ci prendiamo cura della tua famiglia, Sokolov. E sai cosa? In Portable Ops ti hanno resuscitato. È vero.
Major, what are you doing here? I've been waiting for you in my room.
Me gusta.
Who are you? Don't play dumb with me. If you think you can fool me, you're sorely mistaken. I know the Major better than anyone else. I come here looking for Tatiana, and what should I find? But a greasy freebooter.
Penso la prima, Xerin. Se è davvero antenato di Raiden. Che bella sta fight.
What is this fairy disguise? It's gonna rub off on you. And then you'll lose sight of who you really are.
Ovviamente, Axelino. Vabbè, in Peace Walker in effetti il fight con The Boss l'hanno trasformato in time event, se ci pensi. Guarda lì.
I see why they call you the Boss. What was that? Some kind of judo?
No, it's called CQC, a basic form of close quarters combat. He and I developed it together.
Splendid. I'll take it from here.
Are you going to kill him?
But of course.
Of course. But first, I will make him pay for hurting Ivan.
Sì, è nell'armadietto, non l'ho ucciso. Aia, non gli interessa. Soprattutto ricordiamoci che poi Raikov si trasforma in una sneaking suite. A dirty freebooter. Che male. Che male, cazzo.
Tell me!
Stop it!
Who have you been talking to?
He doesn't know what you're talking about.
You'd better start talking.
Please, stop this!
Who is Khrushchev's lapdog?
How can you do this to him?
I know you gave the data to someone.
Never do it
You!
like that. You monster.
Tanca, Sokolov, tanca!
I guess he's dead.
Niente. Tanto resuscita nello spin-off.
Now then, I hope you'll prove more entertaining than he was. But first, let's take a look at your body.
Shall we?
What a beautiful body you have.
Come un neonato.
Like a newborn baby. But not for long. Well then, let's get started. What is your target?
Is it the Shagohod?
Is it the Shagohod?
Or maybe it's Sokolov.
Or Sokolov?
Or maybe it's the Legacy.
Maybe it's the Legacy.
Help me!
Answer me! Who is helping you? Who let you in here?
È stato Kennino, è stato Kennino!
You're a tough one. But even you must have your limits.
And I am a patient man.
Patient man.
Sei pieno di sanguisughe.
Here's where the fun really begins.
Che bella sta cazzo, madonna.
Electric charge of 10 million volts. Let's see how you like this. Now answer me. How much does the CIA know? They're after my legacy, aren't they? Your real target is the Philosopher's Legacy, isn't it? Yes, yes. Let yourself go. That's what I want to see.
Figa, non l'ha sentito il peso delle bollette sto inverno, voglio.
It's no use. He's not going to talk. He's been trained not to break.
Trained by me.
Trained by me.
Admit it! We're after the location of the legacy! The secret fund established by the three great powers during the 2 world wars. That's what you're looking for, isn't it?
Non sa neanche cos'è.
$100 billion, divided up and hidden all over the world. And you're looking for a record of where all that money is hidden, right? No matter. The Philosopher's Legacy is safely in my possession. In the underground vault of Groznygrad.
Tanto scemo.
You'll never live on it. What's this? A transmitter. Who's responsible for this?
I am. I planted it on him to keep track of his movements.
Why?
So the Cobras could ambush him.
If they knew where he was gonna be, they wouldn't have gotten themselves slaughtered. It pains me to do this, boss, but under the circumstances, I'm afraid I must ask you to show me some proof that you and he were not in collusion.
You don't trust me, is that it?
Not that, but he is your apprentice.
What do you want me to do?
Let's see. Cut out his eyes. I don't like those blue eyes of his. There's nothing more important to a soldier than his eyes. You made him a soldier, and now you will unmake him. Yes, it'll make for a touching display. He's all yours. Do it! Ruin him, just as he did the Cobras. What is it, Tanya?
He's suffered enough.
Well, well. Why are you protecting him? That smell. Tatiana! You're the spy!
What are you talking about?
I know that smell.
Stop it!
Taking a fancy to her, eh, Ocelot?
No. I have no interest in this woman. I want to test her. I'll let this be the judge.
You have no interest in this woman.
Here we go.
Woman, eh? Un'altra.
There, satisfied now?
Well, that was refreshing. Come, we're going to my room.
So you survived the Colonel's torture, eh? Watching this has made me realize something.
La massima forma di espressione.
It's the ultimate form of expression. You got lucky this time, Tatiana.
Rum.
Run!
I've prepared an escape route for us. Go out and head west. Pass underneath the connecting passageway and go north. You'll find an open manhole there.
You're...
Quiet! Go through the manhole down into the sewers. The door at the north end of the sewers is unlocked. You can use it to get outside the fortress. I've got your equipment. We'll meet up later.
Eva.
But I can't get too close to your cell. You'll have to figure a way out of there yourself. I'll be in touch.
No, non te l'aspetti, una roba, proprio un... Come cazzo definirla? Cioè è stato trucidato, povero stronzo. Quando lo giocai la prima volta ero proprio... Cioè figa, non sono mai state così violente le torture in Metal Gear. C'è della lore su quell'uomo, ma... È l'uomo della lore.
Time to eat. Huh? What? You don't want this?
Time to eat! Non c'è più il minigioco dell'incubo domattina, solo su PS2. Lo torsero nell'HD Collection.
Huh? Hey,
Oh, non lo so domattina.
Snake?
Major.
You're all right.
I wouldn't say all right, but at least I'm alive.
That's good enough.
But they took all my weapons and equipment from me.
Well, you've still got your radio and medical items with you.
Yeah.
I wonder why that is.
Perhaps Volgin's not finished with you just yet.
Yeah, well, I'm not finished with him yet either.
Snake, you've got to escape from that cell somehow. There must be a way. Use your...
Non lo so domattina, perché in teoria non c'erano...
Snake, your right eye. The cornea and the lens are
Cioè,
severe.
copyright, robe del genere per quel minigioco, era una roba nuova, buttata lì.
So I can't heal it, even in the survival viewer.
I'm afraid not. I'm sorry, Snake. I wish there was something I could do.
Don't worry about it. I can still fight.
I don't doubt you. But don't do anything crazy, okay? From here on, it's going to be difficult to see out of your right eye. Attacking in first-person view will feel a little different from before. Be careful.
Ho il bordo nero adesso. Sono oscurato in alto a destra e in basso a destra. Sì, adesso prendo costantemente la mira, come il mio gatto. It's time to eat.
Hey, eat up! Huh? Well, it's your loss. Hey, you're not such a bad guy after all. I guess not all Americans are dogs.
You mean it?
Yeah. You know, before the war started, I used to live in America. I even had a wife and a kid.
You must be pretty lonely.
Yeah, I am pretty lonely. Really lonely.
What's your kid's name?
Johnny.
Johnny. Nice ring to it.
Really? You like it? Well, if you say so, I'll believe you. Actually, my name is Johnny too. All the firstborn sons in my family are called Johnny. My dad's a Johnny, and my son's son will probably be a Johnny too.
A whole clan of Johnnies.
Why do we have a Cold War anyway? Our two countries used to be such good friends.
Yeah, I hear you.
I just want to see my family again.
Must be rough.
Yeah. Not as rough as you have it, though. Here. I filched them from your equipment when the Colonel wasn't looking. It's the least I can do. Well?
Don't suppose you could let me out of here?
Huh? I can't do that. Hey, don't you go getting any funny ideas.
C'è anche la
If
fascetta
you
con la
try to
gente.
escape, I'll have to shoot you. I've said too much. I gotta go.
Questa è la cutscene più missabile del gioco. Ho fatto respawnare il topino almeno.
Time to eat.
Did you manage to escape?
Yeah, I'm out.
Be careful. In your present state, you're practically naked. You don't have a single decent weapon, and you'll never survive in a battle. Take some time and pull yourself together. Eva says she's recovered your equipment, so rendezvous with her as soon as possible to get your gear back. Use the escape route Eva set up for you. Go down into the sewers through the manhole in the northwest section of Groznygrad. Start out by exiting the holding cells and heading northwest.
Madonna, sta parte nel Big Boss Rank. Che patimento che fu. Quella guardia è fuori, madò, che dovevo trovare il percorso e l'avevo anche trovato alla fine. Sai che non me lo ricordo. Dovrei proprio riguardarmela quella run per imparare certe robe. Ricordo che buttavo cibo a go-go, robe strane.
Did you hear something?
Che non avevo queste sigarette qua. Questo percorso qua che ho fatto adesso è che nella Big Boss Run che non avevo le sigarette. Avevo meno cibo, ma soprattutto non avevo le sigarette. Se non c'hai le sigarette non puoi fare quello che ho fatto adesso. Forse avrei dovuto perdere quel minutino lì per parlare con Johnny nel Big Boss Run, che invece veramente l'ho fatto veramente a cazzo duro quella run lì. È stata quella con cui abbiamo fatto il tempo migliore, perché davvero non ho perso tempo quasi da nessuna parte. Me le ha date Johnny adesso. Lui ti passa il cofanetto con le sigarette perché pensa che siano sigarette da fumare, non sa che sono narcotizzanti. Perché lui le prende dal tuo equipaggiamento pensando che tu volevi fumare. Qua pure non me lo ricordo, buttavo delle fumogene forse, come facevo qua? Vabbè, con lo spray si fa easy. Perché non puoi usare il CQC. Non posso usare il corpo a corpo con loro mentre sono bendato e ferito. Quello è il problema principale di sta parte, che rende tutto difficile. Invece va, con le sigarette tutto first try subito. Cioè, alla fine ho usato gli oggetti che mi ha dato Johnny. Il pipistrello. Il pipistrello per distrarre le due guardie. Pipistrello morto, tra l'altro. Ho lanciato un pipistrello morto sulla strada e ho addormentato uno stronzo con una sigaretta narcotizzante.
The colonel found out you escaped.
He did, huh? I figured as much.
Yeah, and now all of Grozny Grad is on red alert.
Just my luck. But what's about the fortress?
You can't get out.
I can't?
When the fortress went on red alert, they sealed off the sewers.
You've got to be kidding me.
I'm serious. And that means the escape route I laid out is
sealed off too.
Right. And they just sent a unit out looking for you.
Down here?
Uh-huh. They'll be there any minute now. You've got to get out quick.
But isn't
any minute now?
You should be able to get out by heading straight north. Book it, Snake. If they find you, you're dead.
Va bene. Più morto di come sono già. Ho mangiato una ranetta. Grrr. 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 Sei proiettili più che sufficienti per uccidere qualunque cosa si muova. Oh! Quanto male m'ha fatto, guardalo! I've been waiting for this.
I've been waiting for this. Nobody interfere. This is where it ends. Snake! Don't die on me yet.
E ricordiamo che lui è il nostro alleato e dalla nostra parte, eh. La spia per eccellenza, Ocelot, cazzo. Ma il figlio di Ocelot, ovviamente, sì, è il figlio di Ocelot del primo Metal Gear. Questi sono ovviamente gli anni 2040.
Are you one of the Cobras?
Non hai mai parlato con i Cobra, Snake? Che è che all'improvviso a lui, proprio a lui, gli vai a chiedere se è uno dei Cobra?
a host of sorrows. And you are one of them. I am the sorrow. Like you, I too am filled with sadness. This world is one of sadness. Battle brings death. Death brings sorrow. The living may not hear them. Their voices may fall upon deaf ears. But make no mistake. The dead are not silent. Now you will know the sorrow of those whose lives you have ended.
Peccato che ho ucciso solo una persona. Ah no, aspetta, forse mi conta anche quello che ho buttato nel cancello elettrificato. No, ma in teoria non dovrebbe contarla come uccisione quella. Sì, vabbè, a parte sti sfigati, ovviamente. Ma vai a cagare, vai. Coglione, to. No, non credo, Tomatino. Tipo le uccisioni con le casse non dovrebbero contarle. Se spari a una cassa, quella esplode e uccide uno, non te la conta come kill. No, nessuno. A parte i Cobra, nessuno. Non mi ha contato nessuna uccisione. Ci sono solo sti 4 coglionazzi. Madonna, la mia blind era tipo 40 minuti di fiume. Erano veramente tanti la mia prima run.
I can't.
Shoot me.
One must die, one must live.
Then you'll have to shoot me.
The spirit of the warrior will always be with you.
Will always be with you. Don't be sad. We'll meet again someday.
Bella, su Peace Walker. Su Peace Walker potevi ascoltare nei dettagli la missione in cui The Boss uccide Tesoro. Come fa a essere ancora vivo quest'uomo? Figa, sembro io stamattina, mi sono alzato alle 2, guardami.
Snake, are you all right? That was a close call.
What the hell happened to me?
You were halfway drowned at the bottom of the river. Almost crossed over to the other side.
Other side? So that really was.
Something on your mind, Snake?
Solo che volevi la sveglia, che se ne va e fa, ho fatto il mio dovere.
Yeah, I've heard of him. He was an uncanny soldier who fought alongside the boss.
What kind of man was he?
The Sorrow was a man with, well, special powers. He had ESP, which was the subject of extensive research in the Soviet Union at the time. He was especially gifted as a medium.
A medium?
Someone who can communicate with the spirit world and evoke the spirits of the dead. In other words, he could talk to ghosts. They say he could find out what was going on in a battle by talking to dead soldiers.
What about him and the boss?
Sì, dimmi.
What was the story between them?
I don't know the details. Why don't we ask Sigyn?
Ed è anche il padre di Ocelot.
Finished checking up on this Sorrow guy a while ago. Thought you guys already knew, though.
Knew what?
That he's dead. He's been dead for 2 years now.
Died 2 years ago?
At Selino-Yarsk. You know, those cliffs you were at. And the boss is the one who did him in.
The boss?
Yep. 2 years ago, the boss was sent by the CIA on a secret mission to Selino-Yarsk. That's when she met the Sorrow, who'd gone back to the Soviet Union after the Cobras broke up at the end of the war. Except this time they were enemies.
And then what?
The boss killed the Sorrow herself and accomplished her mission. At least, that's what the records say.
So, he was never there in the first place. He just couldn't let go of the boss.
You okay, Snake?
Yeah, I'm fine. It looks like it's not time for me to die yet.
I sure hope not. Otherwise, the whole mission is shot. We're counting on you, pal.
Roger that. Eva?
Snake, you didn't call. I was worried. Are you all right?
Yeah, I took a pretty freaky detour.
What are you talking about?
Nothing. Forget it. Let's just say I'm back.
Good. But how did you escape from the sewers?
I jumped into the river.
From all the way up there? You're out of control.
Yeah, I got carried away by the current and almost drowned.
Great. That's perfect.
What do you mean that's perfect?
I mean, if you ended up in the river, then I know a good spot nearby. Let's meet up there.
Where is it?
Keep going upstream until you get to a waterfall.
A waterfall, huh?
Right. Behind that waterfall, there's a cave. We'll meet in there.
The cave behind the waterfall upstream. Got it.
See you there.
Vai, adesso voglio impararmi un percorso stealth qui con l'unità Ocelot. Non li ho mai imparati a fare stealth. Quanto abbiamo di spray? 6, perfetto, sono 6 loro. Ho perso i tagliolini perché è sbattuto sul muro. Non si toglie da lì, non va via. Dove passa? No, questo non ha funzionato. Dovrei trovare un modo più efficace. Questo sembra easy. Pure quello non si gira. No, se mi avvicino mi vede. La fanno proprio partire immediatamente l'allerta. Non so come i soldati normali che prima ti devono guardare in faccia e dire: oh, guarda, è l'uomo che stiamo cercando. No. Col cazzo. Tico Gornish. Ah beh, giustamente c'hai ragione anche te, perché siamo già in cautela, per quello partono già allertati. Anzi, in fuga, ancora peggio. Oh, mo c'è mezz'ora di porno. Cioè, a livello di gameplay da questa parte, se togli la parte della moto, mancano 10 minuti. Metti 2 minuti a tornare a Groznygrad a mettere le bombe. Boss fight di Volgin è 3 minuti. Lo Shagod, vabbè, Shagod compreso nella parte in moto. No, vabbè, 10 minuti no, 25 dai. E c'è la parte con Eva che è lentina perché devi scortarla.
Want some?
No thanks.
Don't like snakes?
Not for dinner.
Didn't you have to eat them at the KGB?
In my training, we always got the good stuff. French, Italian, that kind of thing.
A regular Matahari.
The least you could do is call me Cynthia.
No, è Susetta Minè.
Tell me something. How does it feel to spy on your own country?
I can't say it feels good, but it's my job.
Can't even eat a snake during a mission, huh?
I wouldn't mind eating you.
Perché vuole fare i suzzettini di meno.
When this mission's over, you'll have to treat me to a nice dinner.
What do you want to eat?
Let's see. How about sushi?
Sushi?
It's Japanese. I hear it's all the rage.
Sei veramente un ignorante, Snake.
Raw fish.
Raw fish? Just the place for my survival techniques.
What a thrill. No, non ho più il senso della profondità.
Snake? Thank you, Snake. I'll be your eyes from now on.
I'm searching and I'm melting to you. What a fear in my heart.
But you're so supreme. Non ci sta, è un giga Chad, non te vuole, lo sa che puzzi. Via. Susetta Minè.
Don't worry about it.
Are you all right?
It's not like I can't see. I've got one good eye and can still fire a gun.
Really? Good. Snake, come here for a minute.
No, è che dopo aver vissuto 10 anni con The Boss mentre era ancora giovane.
It's so hard.
Eccola.
When did it get like that?
Hold still. Let me do it.
You know, I've been trained to do this kind of thing myself.
Just relax and let me handle it.
Okay.
I can't believe how small it is.
But it gets the job done.
Really? Here, lift up your hips.
Like this?
Yeah. How's that?
You're pretty good at that.
Yeah, everybody tells me that. Hold steady, I'm not done yet. There, a transmitter.
Is that how they do it in the KGB?
Sometimes. Would you rather I did it American style?
But how'd you know there was a transmitter lodged there? That's some female intuition you've got.
Oddio, forse sta cutscene è più missabile di quella di Johnny.
Eva, didn't you steal some explosives out of the fortress?
C3, a highly potent explosive from the west. It can be molded into any shape, like clay. With just this much, you could blow up the Shagohod and the lab along with it.
Is that right?
Yeah, but there's a trick to using it.
Tell me about it.
Well, what do you think?
Hey, it's cute.
The Shagohod's booster unit uses liquid fuel. The fuel tanks are in the main wing of the weapons lab in the hangar housing the Shagohod itself.
So I should blow up the tanks.
That's the basic idea. It should be enough to blow up the entire hangar. There are 4 fuel tanks. In order to destroy the hangar, you'll have to set explosives on each of those tanks.
All 4 of them?
It should be no sweat for you.
Woman,
Just have the day off today.
So the hangar...
Mi fa morire tutto scherzo.
Still got guards posted there.
So what do I do after I set the C3?
Where everyone's going. Bingo!
The countdown will begin. When the timer reaches 0, the bombs will all go off at once.
How long do I have?
20 minutes. Once the Phase 2 trials are finished, I wouldn't be surprised if they kill all the scientists to prevent them from talking. So you've got to act fast.
I'll take care of it. Eva, did you get the data on the Shagohod from Sokolov?
Yeah.
By Khrushchev?
America doesn't have any use for it, does it? But I haven't forgotten my other mission either. Helping you out. Follow this cave and go up the ladder at the end.
Guarda che bello, tutto ripacciato, bendina, tutto ferito, come se niente fosse. 80 milioni di volte in corpo, 85 contusioni, 25 ossa rotte, 72 tagli, un occhio
Remember there
andato.
was a locked door when you entered the main wing from the second floor of the east wing?
Yeah.
That's the entrance to the
Tutto curato con un serpente ben cotto.
Use this key to open that door.
The door right when I entered the main wing? Got it. What about you?
I'll get things ready for our escape. There's a rail bridge to the north. I'm gonna set a bomb there, so I'm taking half of the C3 with me.
Right. I'll set off the weapons lab then. Try not to be in the neighborhood when it happens.
Gotcha.
And watch out for Ocelot. He suspects you're not who you say you are.
Don't worry. The Colonel still trusts me. And I have my ways. There's not a man alive who can resist my charms. Besides you, of course.
Va tranquilla, tanto usano solo il tuo utero.
I know. Okay, let's go.
Nient'altro, gli serve solo quello. Per fare i big bossini.
If I didn't ride every day, I couldn't go on living.
Manco la feconda, no.
When I'm riding, the wind hits me so hard.
Le piantano la cellula uovo che manco è sua.
It's my mind off the pain of having to be someone else. It's not easy always fooling myself like this. It's only when I'm on the bike that I'm free to be the real me. I only get off my bike when I fall in love or fall dead.
What's your name?
Tatiana.
No. Your real name.
What's wrong with Tanya?
Okay, Tanya. Don't let anyone see you.
Oh, this? It's a button camera.
What did you do that for?
Insurance. To make sure you don't double-cross me.
Hey.
What?
You're gonna get wet again.
What a thrill. With darkness and silence through the night. What a thrill. Scusate, potini. Ah! What a thrill in my heart. Ah, perché maschilista? Ah, perché? Ho 3 ore di sonno anche, Lumino. Pensa a te. Sono un guerriero, cazzo. Altro che Big Boss e la sua tortura di merda, i Bolt. Avevo la maglietta a tema, eh. Di che anniversario era questo? 25esimo, vero? Sa di sì. Era la maglietta dei 25 anni di Metal Gear. Quest'anno ne fa 35. Ha già 10 anni sta maglietta. Mi sta ancora addosso, vedete ragazzi, non sono mai cambiato. Non dimagrisco, non ingrasso, quindi da 10 anni così. Uguale. Mi sta ancora tutto. But you're so supreme. Dammi le mie armi. Not for honor. Snack eater. In my time. Vabbè, tanto abbiamo fatto tutto no death fino adesso. A sto punto finiamo così. Cioè no death, no kill. Death una sola. Una death vergognosa abbiamo fatto, sì. I'm still in a dream. Posso dire una cosa, ragazzi? Io non ho mai capito il peso. A che cazzo serve in questo gioco il peso, ragazzi? Se tanto gli oggetti che devo portare sono sempre 8. Cioè io perché dovrei stare attento al peso? Non l'ho mai capito, ragazzi. Togli a forchetta un attimo, Someday you go through the rain. Dai, dimmi a che cazzo serve il peso. Intopilamento cale la stamina, sei serio? Ci ho mai fatto caso. Però ha senso effettivamente.
Move. On the double. Move.
I think I saw something. Guess I'm seeing things.
On the double.
What's wrong?
Mamma mia!
I think I saw something.
Adesso vedete cosa è diventato Raikov, ragazzi. È diventato la Sneaking Suite. E voi dicevate no. Non è vero, sei bugiardo.
Major.
Snake, I see you've managed to sneak into the hangar.
Yeah, the Shagohod's in here.
The completed Phase 2 Shagohod represents a grave threat to the West. We can't allow it to be mass-produced. You've got to destroy it.
Eva's got the data on the Shagohod. Do you think that's safe?
Well, I wouldn't exactly say it's safe, but Khrushchev is a shrewd leader. I can't imagine he'd use it for anything other than deterrence. Volgin, however, is a different story. He's planning to use the Shagohod to turn the Cold War into a blazing hot one. We can't let him have it.
Agreed.
That leaves just one more mission for you to carry out.
The boss.
Exactly. For now, just focus on destroying the Shagohod.
Yes, sir.
I'll let Sigint fill you in on how to destroy it.
Yo, like evil.
No mi interessa. A me io non me lo dici proprio.
Snake?
Eva.
E poi.
Finish planting the bomb on the rail bridge.
Non mi interessa. This is horrible. Razione russa. Eccola. Guarda lì, che gioiellino. Mamma mia. No damage non lo so, sono ad estremo comunque. È abbastanza incazzoso ad estremo. Gotcha this time.
Gotcha this time.
Ma hai visto, ha imparato a comprendere la profondità con un occhio solo di
I'm on my way out now.
Hurry, Snake. Is Eva taking care of the escape route?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
She can handle it.
All right then, well hurry up and get out of there.
Snake!
Snake!
Non mi rompere quella pistola, non ci provare proprio, è bellissima.
Why'd you come back?
Siamo uguali adesso, guarda. Però io ce l'ho nera. E 4-0 per The Boss.
This woman was found snooping around my underground vault. When she was captured, look what we found on her.
The Philosopher's Legacy.
The Philosopher's Legacy. This microfilm contains all the information regarding the legacy. You might say that this film itself is the
Capito, Eva. Eva ha rubato l'età dei filosofi. Woman, eh?
Gave her away. No, not the perfume. It was gasoline. Motorcycle gasoline. She reeked of it.
To think that lovely Tatiana was a spy. We found this radio along with her too. Such a fine woman she was. It almost pains me to have to kill her.
No, non ucciderla, deve fare I miei bimbi.
Yes, she was an obedient one. She was my precious little pet.
Non colpire l'utero.
Isn't that right? What was that? Do you have something to say to me?
Go to hell. Ecco perché il biondo cresce stupido.
You dirty whore. I've had enough kisses from you.
No! Anche Solido se adesso cresce storto. Un altro calcio e perdiamo anche Solido.
Should have known. Sokolov wasn't man enough to have a lover like that. Just like the KGB to send something so beautiful, yet so deadly.
What is the philosopher's legacy?
Very well.
Very well.
I'll explain it before I kill you.
Ah, è gentile.
During the last Great War, the most powerful men in America, China, and the Soviet Union had a secret pact. The pact was a blueprint for defeating the Axis powers and creating a new world order. To secure victory in the war, the three countries pooled their
Ciao, Lordino.
to conduct the most covert types of operations and research. The atomic bomb, rocket technology, the Cobra unit. And they amassed an enormous sum of money to fund these projects.
Capito?
5 times over.
Hanno messo soldi, hanno fatto su una colletta per creare The Fury, ragazzi.
After the war was won, 3 countries were to divide the philosopher's legacy amongst themselves. This explains why the United States and the Soviet Union were able to steal away the best scientific minds in Germany as soon as the war ended. But our great motherland has far surpassed its pathetic rivals. We possess enormous wealth, the most advanced technology, and overwhelming power, assets fitting of our great country. My father was one of the men in charge of managing the philosopher's legacy. In the confusion that ensued after the war ended, he devised a series of ingenious plots to ensure that the Soviet Union would have total control over the legacy. The money was divided up and laundered through banks all over the world. Switzerland, Australia, and Hong Kong. This microfilm contains a record of all those transactions. After my father's death, I learned of this secret and obtained the microfilm.
Beh, almeno sappiamo che non l'ha ucciso lui per prendersi i soldi.
Brezhnev and his allies, I built this fortress of Groznygrad and Granin's research facility.
E sai cosa ha visto quando è tornato, Nino?
Granin failed to produce results. I was forced to turn to Khrushchev's dog Sokolov and his invention, the Shagohod.
No, vabbè, ma ha detto che ha scoperto dell'esistenza dell'eredità dopo che suo padre era morto. Dai, non credo avesse motivo per ucciderlo prima, se no figa.
The network established by the secret pact still existed. I used it to contact the boss and suggested that she defect. The boss was conniving enough to see things my way. The world was
Connivente.
once one.
Connivente.
Between the philosophers has torn it in two. We will use the legacy to heal that rift and make the world whole again.
Guarda The End da Giova. Ah no.
To do this, we need strength, an unstoppable trump card with enough power to bring order to the world. That trump card was to be the Shagohod and the Cobra unit. I have lost the Cobras, but I still have the Shagohod and the legacy.
E the
There
boss.
is nothing America can do to stop us. Boss, take this someplace safe.
Ma penso avesse comunque già 60-70 anni, durante la seconda guerra mondiale, ovviamente.
Take good care of it.
He wouldn't have come waltzing back in here unless he had a reason. The C3's been stolen. He must be planning some sort of sabotage. I'll go see if there are any surprises waiting for us. I'll dispose of her as well. Leave everything to me. Fight like a warrior, Volgan.
But of course.
But of course.
Let me face him. I've been waiting for this moment. Time to get even. No more judo and no more field strips.
Enough of this. He's mine. You will stand right there and watch. Got it?
Please, Colonel, let me—
Silence! Huh?
Cioè, è un railgun vivente, Volgin. Ci sto pensando solo adesso. Come se la gode, tesoro.
Sorry for the delay. Let's get started, shall we? This is a once-in-a-lifetime battle.
Ce lo dicono nel remake, Tomatino. You are mine, son of the boss.
just you and me now. And I'm going to enjoy this.
Snake!
Ma te la puoi anche tenere. Può essere qualche riga di lore ce la dica se chiamiamo qualcuno ora. Figa, se non te lo dicono adesso, Lord di Volgin.
Snake, watch out for Volgin.
A parte che il Major Giro è talmente inutile in sto gioco che Gesù.
The bullets inside the magazine will ignite.
Dimmi qualcosa che non so. Ah, sei la persona più sbagliata del mondo, tu.
Volgin seems to be deflecting bullets away by wrapping a powerful electromagnetic field around his body. You won't hit him if you fire at him from the front. If you're going to attack him with a gun, do it from the side or the back. Watch out for Volgin's electric shock attacks. If he shocks you when you've got a gun equipped, the ammo in the magazine's gonna ignite and the gun will explode. Either fight without a gun equipped, or quickly press the weapon window button to unequip your weapon when you're about to get zapped. After Volgin unleashes his electric shock attack, you'll have a split-second opening. Use it to attack him.
When Volgin is discharging electricity from his body, you'll get electrocuted just by touching him, so you can't grab him with CQC. When Volgin isn't discharging electricity, however, that's your chance to use CQC. Attack Volgin whenever you see an opening.
Niente.
Snake, what if you put on that mask? You might just be able to shake Volgin up.
Shake him up? Why?
Never mind, just do it. When you have a serious
Ah, smettila.
Snake, don't forget that the time... Snake, don't concern yourself with Ocelot up there. Concentrate on defeating Volgin.
Volgin uses a technique where he holds a rifle bullet between his fingers and punches his opponent while simultaneously causing the bullet to explode with an electric shock. It's a punch, an electric shock, and a rifle shot all rolled up into one. You've seen the damage it can do. It'll tear you apart if it connects. Dodge and weave, Snake.
No, è inutile, il 3 non ti dà all'ore con i boss. Niente, mi ha preso subito. Ma non ha mai attaccato con così tanta cattiveria, madonna. Hanno damage fallita.
Let's see your charge this one.
Figa, ma ha rotto un osso, che ha fatto? Ah no, ma ha infilato il proiettile.
Here it comes. Ocelot, whose side are you on?
Oh.
Die!
Dai, la damage Tomatino, va bene lo stesso.
Shoot him! Do you hear me? I said shoot him!
Sorry, Colonel. I'm afraid I can't do that.
What do you mean you can't?
I made a promise to the boss.
Silence! I am your commanding officer. Are you questioning my authority?
Fight like a man, Volgin.
Fight like a man, Volgin.
Volgin?
Emergency. Explosives have been detected.
Che sguardo proprio da patetico.
Ocelot, find those bombs!
Repeat. Explosives have been detected. All non-EOD personnel must evacuate immediately.
Move it!
Huh.
Ready for some more, Snake? Time to die!
Ha fatto la finta. Stavolta no. Ehi! Cosa è successo? Sì, ma ho avuto una sfiga incredibile, eh. Adesso lo rifaccio, no damage. Adesso si fanno damage, basta.
Here it comes!
Dai, scorretto, bastardo! All'ultimo momento! All'ultimo colpo, sei una puttana, sei! Ha fatto la roba obliqua! Non è giusto! È uno damage rubato questo! Mi ha preso all'ultimo. Sì, e la sneaking suite mi copre un terzo dei danni che mi causa. Cioè, pensa quanto cazzo toglie sto stronzo con un colpo e basta.
All personnel evacuate. Repeat, all personnel evacuate.
Faster! This way! Everybody run! It's gonna blow! I'm out of here! Let's get out of here quick! Hurry! Oh! We're all gonna die! We help! Evacuate!
Ah! I made a promise to the boss.
Step on it!
Basta, d'ora in poi sarà la mia scusa per ogni cosa. Ma perché hai bannato Wafflion? Ho fatto una promessa a The Boss.
Don't give up! Get moving!
Eva, how did you?
The boss let me go.
The boss? But why?
I'll tell you later. Right now, we've got to get to the lake and escape.
We can't leave yet. I've still got one last job to do.
The boss is already at the lake.
Huh?
She's at the lake. She's waiting for you there.
Waiting for me?
I was hoping I wouldn't have to tell you. I don't want you to fight her. But I've come to realize that there's a special relationship between you two. Something I can't understand, something that goes beyond a man and a woman. I envy you. Really, I do. But I guess I just can't understand it. She asked me to tell you something. I've never seen someone with such clear eyes. There. I said it. Ready to go?
Yeah.
Oh, cominciamo con gli It's Not Over Yet. Dai, ogni razzo gli toglie un 0,001%.
There they are! They're over here!
Oh.
Watch out!
Dai, un po' di mira automatica, Snake, per l'amor di Dio!
Snake, behind you!
For a lot of reasons. No, 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 è single action army, non posso giochicchiare. Dai, ha perso un 0,1% di vita, lo vedo.
I can't shake him.
The RPG can't put a dent in that armor.
Let's head for the rail bridge.
Bridge? I thought you rigged it with C3.
I did. We'll lure him onto the bridge.
Blow him up along with it. Good plan.
The bridge is on the other side of the runway. We'll have to cut through the middle of the base. You ready?
Step on it. If he catches up to us, we're done for.
Okay, here we go!
No, la Mauser. Vabbè.
Enemy sighted! Don't let them get away!
Oh, quello è un RPG, è pazzo.
There they are!
Dio buono. Oh. Dai ferma Eva, dai ferma. Si riesce a mirare un cazzo. Ah, bastardo! Vabbè. Perché è matto in culo, Tim. È pazzo, da pazzia. Colpito la Cherota. Gli è andata addosso la moto. Che culo. La moto è andata addosso alla Cherota. Figa. Sì, tanto solo qualche milione, cosa vuoi che sia? Tanto caga soldi quest'uomo.
I've got a surprise for you. You won't be getting away this time.
ha fatto un dono su Steam. Allo. Vedo la tua vita calare. Non ti sento. Sei lontano. Guarda la vita che cala. You're wasting your ammo. Oh no, Ghost Watchers. Grazie, che neno. Lo vuoi far dopo? E allora facciamo quello. Tanto qua ci vorrà un'altra oretta e mezza. Le due.
Snake, we've only got one chance. We'll lure him over towards the other side. When the Shagohod is on the bridge, shoot the explosives. The bomb is planted on the strut of the bridge.
You're wasting your ammo.
Let's go. I planted 4 C3 charges. Down! 3 more bombs left. Right! 2 more left. Shagohod's not here yet. Only 1 more left. The Shagohod's not here yet. Let it come closer. It's still too... It's here!
Mattino, sei furioso. Ellie.
We did it!
7 pistole ha cambiato Ocelot in tutto il gioco.
It's over.
It's over.
Look!
Quanto è brutto lo Shavod così.
I'm not finished yet!
Eva, you take care of the driving.
Yeah?
Yeah, I trust you. On one condition, though, leave the fighting to me.
You got it. I was getting tired of running away anyway.
Eva, let's do it.
For luck.
For luck.
Here goes.
La boss fight più bella del mondo. Beh, il Chrysalis è bellino, dai. Anche il Peace Walker.
There, do that again.
You're wasting your ammo. Dai, non esiste boss fight più brutta di questa, ragazzi. Non puoi che è una boss fight peggio di questa qui.
Did we beat him?
No. use yourself as bait? Are you insane?
I'm used to this guy. I know how to handle him.
Come on, you blockhead!
Ok, potevo usare qualcos'altro. Oh, perché non funziona più? Basta! Kuwabara.
Snake!
Woo, afraid of one little thunder.
Who's afraid of a little thunder?
Tu.
Fried by a bolt of lightning. A fitting end. It's finally over.
Yeah, Capodanno. È diventata una bomba di Maradona, cazzo. È lo scudetto del Napoli, ragazzi. Hanno fatto esplodere Volgin quando hanno vinto lo scudetto.
The escape craft is just up ahead.
E non è manco morto, vi rendete conto?
Not bad.
There they are! Don't let them get away! Over there! Go get him!
Cazzo sparate, va stronzi.
It's an ambush.
They're not going anywhere. They're over here.
Si capisce un cazzo. È tutto sfocato. Che palle con sti RPG ogni volta. Lazzarevo, Lazzaretto. Come dovrei farmi, quest'uomo? Non mi esplodere addosso! E quello l'ho preso subito, vabbè. Oh, oh! Ho capito, ma se sta lì sopra... Non vale. Mi sta facendo malissimo. Ma non è mai stato così sopra, che sa? Come hai fatto a vederlo da così lontano, Eva? Con quanto anticipo? Non gli fa un cazzo, è la stordente. È già a 3 km di lontananza da loro quando esplode. Che vergogna, Tomatino. Spammavi granate. Un mostro. Ma se non ci avrai manco mai giocato ad Extreme, Tomattino, avrai giocato a Berisi con la pistola Easy. Vergognati. Facevi D&D con quella mimetica 80%. L'ho fatto da me, ho usato la pistola easy. Sì, Tomatino non ha mai platinato il gioco perché non ha mai ucciso nessun animale. Non ha mai fatto il trofeo di prendere ogni tipo di animale, pianta e frutta e roba. Non l'hai manco ricomprato con l'HD Collection, Tomatino, sei una bestia. E comunque lo si fa comunque, che sblocchi la pistola easy, quella che tu usavi a Verisi.
Damn it. Tank shot up.
PS3 360 era uscito. Non hai mai visto la pistola easy? Mattino, mi meraviglio di te. Mi meraviglio di te. È la pistola sonniferi infinita che ti dà la mimetica 80% fissa, tenendola equipaggiata. La sblocchi prendendo l'emblema Markor.
Snake, how's it look?
Una merda.
Pretty bad.
Not a sensitive bone in your body.
Eva,
What about you, Snake?
I'm fine.
That's good to hear.
Sì, ma l'utero è a posto, vero?
We have to get away from here, Eva. Let's go.
Leave me.
Eva!
The boss is waiting for you. You have to go. Give me a gun.
No, we're getting out of here.
We're still far away from the lake. I'll never make it.
No, non dire così.
I never thought I'd see you act this weak.
What do you mean?
Listen to me, Eva. We're doing this together.
No, you...
Eva, I need you.
Say that one more time.
I need you. I can't fly the wig by myself.
Onesto.
All right then. I guess I'd better help you out. You're lucky to have me. No.
Cura la piccina, Snake.
Snake, can you hear me?
Paramedic, thank God. Eva's been seriously hurt.
Eva.
So have you.
Luckily, I think her organs are all intact, but...
Calm down, Snake.
Calm down.
You'll both be fine as long as you get the proper emergency treatment. But you're the only one who can do this. Understand? So you've got to calm down.
Right. Okay.
Okay. Now let's open up the survival viewer and treat the injury. Do you have supplies with you?
I'm running kind of short.
Then by switching the survival viewer over to Eva, you can treat her wounds too. Now get to work. Oh, and Snake, I'm pretty sure you know this already. But if you don't have enough supplies for the both of you, your wounds come first.
No.
Do you get my meaning, Snake? You've still got a mission to complete.
Yeah, I know what I have to do.
Snake?
Like this.
Ne ho 4, GG.
Can you walk?
Yeah, I think so.
Here. It's different from the Mauser. When you're using a two-hand grip, you have to be careful where you put your hands or your fingers will get burned by the exhaust gas from the cylinder gap.
Mi spiegate di quali ordini state seguendo adesso, ragazzi? Ocelot.
What's that?
Non la devi guardare quella roba, vieni via.
Let me have some more.
Ciao George.
Who's that?
Just my imagination. What's wrong?
Dove è andato?
Can I have seconds?
Freeze.
Easy.
Come on, Snake. We made it.
We made it.
Over there.
Dai, se se ne andassero ora e partissero subito.
It's the boss, isn't it? I'll go get the wig ready to take off.
C'è da riscrivere l'intera saga. Parte una guerra nucleare, però dai,
I'll
magari.
leave you two alone. But come back in one piece, okay?
Magari riusciamo a convincere Khrushchev, gli facciamo un regalo, gli mandiamo una cornice. Ci mettiamo la bomba Maradona Volgin. Possiamo vedere che brilla. Così se la Russia vince lo scudetto. Certo, tu non aiuti The Boss se spari un'altra bomba nucleare.
And isn't it beautiful? It's almost tragic. When life ends, it gives off a final lingering aroma. Light is but a farewell gift from the darkness to those on their way to die. I've been waiting, Snake, for a long time. Waiting for your birth, your growth, and the finality of today.
Boss, why are you doing this?
Why? To make the world one again. The world used to be whole. But with the end of the Second World War, the philosophers began to fight amongst themselves, and the world was torn apart. The Cobras, my comrades who trained and fought alongside me, were torn apart as well. The foibles of politics and the march of time can turn friends into enemies just as easily as the wind changes. Ridiculous, isn't it? Yesterday's ally becomes today's opposition. And this Cold War? Think back. When I was leading the Cobras, America and Russia were fighting together. Now, consider whether America and Russia will still be enemies in the 21st century. Somehow I doubt it. Enemies change along with the times, the flow of the ages, and we soldiers are forced to play along. I didn't raise you and shape you into the man you are today just so we could face each other in battle. A soldier's skills aren't meant to be used to hurt friends. So then what is an enemy? Is there such a thing as an absolute timeless enemy? There is no such thing, and never has been. And the reason is that our enemies are human beings like us. They can only be our enemies in relative terms. The world must be made whole again. The philosophers must be reunited. I will devote my skills to that purpose. And with the Colonel's money, I will achieve that end. Just as I once created the Cobras. They are my family. I may no longer be able to bear children, but I still have a family. It was November 1st, 1951. I was in the Nevada desert participating in atomic testing. The name Nevada is derived from Spanish, covered in snow, white as snow. And snow is exactly what I saw in that Nevada desert. It froze my blood white. Snake, you were an atomic test subject, weren't you? On Bikini Atoll. That's part of the reason I was drawn to you. You and I are alike. We're both slowly being eaten away by the karma of others. We'll never have the chance to die peacefully of old age. We have no tomorrow. But we can still have hope for the future. In 1960, I saw a vision of the ideal future from space. 3 years earlier, the Soviet Union had succeeded in launching Sputnik, the first man-made satellite in history, into orbit. This came as a huge shock to the United States. In response, America threw everything it had into its own manned spaceflight project, the Mercury program. Even as the Soviets seemed poised to send their first man into space, America was still experimenting with chimpanzees and rockets. The government wanted human data. So they secretly decided to send a human being into space. I was the one they chose. At the time, they didn't have the technology to block out cosmic rays, and whoever they sent up would inevitably be exposed to heavy radiation. That's why they chose me. After all, I'd already been irradiated once. Of course, you won't find any of this in the history books. I could see the planet as it appeared from space. That's when it finally hit me. Space exploration is nothing but another game in the power struggle between the US and the USSR. Politics, economics, the arms race, they're all just arenas for meaningless competition. I'm sure you can see that, but the Earth itself has no boundaries. No east,
Per
no
poco
west,
sta nello spazio, qualche minuto.
And the irony of it is, the United States and the Soviet Union are spending billions on their space programs and the missile race, only to arrive at the same conclusion. In the 21st century, everyone will be able to see that we are all just inhabitants of a little celestial body called Earth. A world without communism or capitalism, that is the world I wanted to see. But reality continued to betray me. In 1961, I was sent to Cuba, to Bahia de Cochinos. It was part of a CIA-sponsored invasion under the guise of taking Cuban exiles back to their country. But the US government betrayed them. Our weak-kneed president held back their air support. Defenseless, the exiles were annihilated by the Cuban army. All I could do was watch in silence. I was set up by the very country I'd sacrificed so much for, by the very government I dedicated my life to defending. I was driven from the surface world, and I went underground. Then, 2 years ago, I faced the Sorrow, my old comrade in battle. He was my friend. But one of us had to die. I was left with no choice. The Sorrow gave his life for me. There is no enmity between us. One must live, and one must die. That was the mission. The ones who gave me that mission were the philosophers. Early in the 20th century, the true holders of power in the United States, the Republic of China, and the newly formed Soviet Union gathered together in a secret meeting that would later be known as the Wiseman's Committee. The secret pact they formed there marked the beginning of the philosophers. But the last of the original members died in the 1930s. After that, the organization began to run out of control, and the Wiseman's Committee degenerated into a mere shell of its former self. The philosophers of today have no sense of good or evil. Their influence extends to countries and organizations involved in every aspect of every war. They have become war itself. That's how they operate. The sacrifices of war cause a shift in the times. This shift leads to renewed conflict, and in turn triggers the next war. Like a nuclear chain reaction, each conflict sparks countless others, forming an endless spiral that will continue on for eternity. Do you understand what I'm saying, Snake? By consuming me and you, the philosophers intend to keep that cycle going forever. It was my father who explained all of this to me. He was one of them. You see, I am the last remaining child of the philosophers. But after he revealed the truth, my father was killed by that same shapeless, formless organization. And my father isn't the only thing the philosophers have taken from me. In June of 1944, the Cobras and I took part in the landing at Normandy. We'd been given a top-secret mission to locate and destroy enemy V-2 rocket installations. I was pregnant at the time. The sorrow was the father. I gave birth on the field of battle. A beautiful baby boy. But my child was snatched away from me by the philosophers. Look at this scar. This is proof that I was once a mother. I gave up my body and my child for my country. There is nothing left inside me now. Nothing at all. No hatred, not even regret. And yet sometimes at night, I can still feel the pain creeping up inside me, slithering through my body like a snake. I've never talked this much about myself before. Thanks. Thanks for listening to me. I feel content. Snake, commence the operation. I raised you. I loved you. I've given you weapons, taught you techniques, endowed you with knowledge. There is nothing more for me to give you. All that's left for you to take is my life, by your own hand. One must die, and one must live. No victory, no defeat. The survivor will carry on the fight. It is our destiny. The one who survives will inherit the title of boss. And the one who inherits the title of boss will face an existence of endless battle. I'll give you 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, MiGs will come and bomb the hell out of this place. If you can beat me in less than 10 minutes, you'll be able to escape in time. Let's make this the greatest 10 minutes of our lives, Jack.
Boss?
You're a soldier. Finish your mission. Prove your loyalty. Face me. Let's... Excellent. Get ready! You're better than I remember. Found you. You've gotten stronger. Brace yourself. Your skills have improved. Get ready! Get ready! Excellent, Jack. Get ready! Take this. Keep it safe. It's our only hope.
A patriot? Why are you giving me this?
Jack. Or should I say, Snake? You're a wonderful man.
PS2.
Kill me. Kill me now. Do it. There's only room for one boss and one Snake.
Ready to go, Snake? Are you okay? Snake?
Yeah.
I told you you could trust me.
Comunque nella missione che fa lei nello spazio, lei praticamente faceva parte del progetto Mercury, no? Quegli stronzi lì che gli americani dovevano mandare nello spazio. L'America praticamente viene a sapere che la Russia è pronta a mandare il primo uomo nello spazio e pur di essere i primi fanno tutto quanto in fretta e furia e le fanno sta navicella spaziale, sto shuttle, com'è che si chiamano? Shuttle. Ma glielo fanno male perché l'America praticamente con le loro spie scoprono che gli shuttle russi avevano i finestrini. Erano già pronti a mandare gente nello spazio con i finestrini per poter vedere fuori. L'America aveva creato gli shuttle senza i finestrini. Quindi loro hanno praticamente aggiunto il finestrino all'ultimo momento dello shuttle. Hanno spedito The Boss nello spazio. Il lancio è andata bene. È rimasta sospesa per 5 minuti nello spazio. E proprio per colpa di quel finestrino di merda che hanno aggiunto, lo shuttle è andato fuori proprio controllo ed è affondato nell'oceano con The Boss dentro. E siccome gli americani non volevano rendere pubblica appunto il fallimento di sta missione, non volevano far sapere che il primo essere umano nello spazio era sì riuscito ad arrivare nello spazio, ma era anche affondato nell'oceano, e quindi loro hanno praticamente insabbiato e nascosto tutto. In realtà The Boss è stato il primo essere umano nello spazio, ma l'America non lo rende pubblico proprio per il fatto che lo shuttle ha avuto l'incidente per colpa di quel finestrino di merda. Quindi lì The Boss viene tradita dall'America ancora una volta, che mi pare le diano anche la colpa del fatto che è precipitato, una roba del genere. E qualche mese dopo infatti sono i russi a mandare il primo uomo nello spazio, che era Yuri Gagarin, mi pare. Però in realtà The Boss c'era arrivata prima. Ha visto la Terra dallo spazio per qualche minuto, da quel finestrino di merda che l'ha fatta precipitare. Questo è quello che ti raccontano in Peace Walker.
Eva!
What do you say to one last showdown?
Yeah, all right.
What's your name?
Snake.
No. Not that name. You're not a snake, and I'm not an ocelot. We're men with names. My name is Adamska. What's yours?
John.
Very well, John. Plain name. But I won't forget it. Come on! Looks like my luck has finally changed. Till we meet again, John.
We made it.
Yeah, we sure did.
È proprio animata male la bocca di Snake quando ride.
Oh no, Miggs! There's no way out! What are we gonna do?
We've come too far to let them stop us now. Those things have got to be armed.
It's no use. There's no way we can outmaneuver them. They're gonna shoot us down. We were so close.
Weapon systems on.
Locked on target. I got towed.
You were great, Eva.
Huh?
Thanks.
Hulk 19, this is Control. Stand by for a direct order from the chairman. Bulk 19, return to base immediately. Do you read me? This is a direct order from Comrade Khrushchev. Return to base immediately. Bulk 19, do you copy? Understood. Aborting mission. RTB.
Look! The MiGs are turning back! Woo!
Vedi, almeno Khrushchev ha rispetto per gli eroi di guerra.
Well done, Snake.
The MiGs disengaged.
Most likely under orders from Khrushchev.
Is this his way of helping us?
Who knows? Maybe he didn't want things to get messier than they already are. Or maybe he just wanted us to owe him one. The important thing is, you made it out alive. As long as Khrushchev is with us, I don't think they'll be coming after you. It should be smooth sailing all the way to Alaska. I'm sending someone out to Galena Base to meet you.
To meet me?
The DCI and the President himself are waiting at Langley. Don't keep them waiting.
Un motore solo, senza porta. Sto coso gigante per solo 2 persone.
So what are you going to do now? Go back to the KGB?
What do you want me to do?
Did you ever think about coming back to America?
I can't go back. I've left America behind me.
But you saved this country.
I didn't do it alone.
And I still owe you a dinner.
Is that part of your mission too? Or is it an order? Or is it an invitation? Or a proposal? I don't take orders from anyone now.
Con che faccia soddisfatta.
Scholars tell us that the first spy in history was the snake in the book of Genesis. In that story, it was Eve who was tempted by the snake in the Garden of Eden. But But this time around, it was I who tempted the snake and got away with the forbidden fruit of knowledge. Forgive me, Snake.
Good morning, Snake. I hope you slept well.
First of all, I have to apologize. I wasn't sent by Khrushchev. I'm not a KGB spy, and I never worked for the NSA.
I'm an agent of the People's Republic of China for the General HQ 2nd Department of the People's Liberation Army. It was all a lie. I tricked you. And I'm sorry.
The philosophers still exist in China, too. You see, my mission was to find out where Volgin was hiding the philosopher's legacy and steal it. So I infiltrated his base as a KGB spy. The 2 NSA codebreakers who defected in 1960 were actually both men. The real Adam never showed up at the meeting place, saving me the trouble of having to eliminate him. I sneaked in by pretending I was Eva. And you and Sokolov and Volgin, you all believed me. The philosopher's legacy was originally held in common between the US, Soviet Union, and China. We couldn't let the Russians and the Americans take it all for themselves. The Chinese government had its eye on the legacy, too. I got the film containing the legacy, and also the nuclear missile launch data from the Shagohod. 5 years ago, the Soviet Union stopped supplying us with nuclear weapons technology. Since then, China's Liaodong easing, hydrogen bomb, and space rocket projects have fallen behind. But with this data, our country will be able to develop its own nukes. We'll create a deterrent force to rival those of the US and Soviet Union. Everything has gone according to plan, thanks to your help. I, too, am one of the philosophers. I'm an agent of the philosophers, a graduate of one of their charm schools. I was raised in a joint US-Soviet-Chinese facility to become a sleeper agent. This was before the war. Back then, they were collecting children from all over the world. As a result, I'm indistinguishable from a native-born American. So it didn't surprise me when you and Volgin couldn't tell the difference. But she knew right from the beginning. She knew because before the war, she was at one of the philosopher's schools too, as an instructor. The boss was the only one I couldn't fool. She was the only one who knew I was a fake. She told me everything. Why did she open her heart to me like that? At the time, I couldn't understand it. But now, I think I do. Snake. She wanted you to know the truth. She chose me to tell you. That's why she saved my life. I've lied to you so many times, but not this time. My orders from the government were to obtain the legacy and to eliminate everyone who knew the truth about what happened. In other words, I'm supposed to kill you. But I can't do it. Not because we loved each other, And not because you saved my life, but because I made a promise to the boss. And I intend to keep it. I just wanted you to know. And you have to live. Snake, listen to me. She didn't betray the United States. No. Far from it. She was a hero who died for her country. She carried out her mission knowing full well what was going to happen. Self-sacrifice. Because that was her duty.
You are above even the boss. I hereby award you the title of Big Boss. You are a true patriot.
Someone like him to handle our top secret sneaking missions for us. A man who combines the qualities of a soldier and an agent.
The boss's defection was a ruse set up by the US government. It was all a big drama staged by Washington so they could get their hands on the philosopher's legacy. And the boss was the star of the show. They planned it so that they could get the legacy that Colonel Volgin inherited and destroy the Shagohod at the same time. Only a legendary hero like the boss could have earned Volgin's trust. Finding out where the philosopher's legacy was hidden was to be her greatest mission. Everything was going according to plan. But then something happened that no one could have predicted. Colonel Volgin fired an American-made nuclear warhead at Sokolov's research facility. Khrushchev demanded that the US government provide proof that it wasn't involved. They couldn't just abort the operation to steal the legacy. So the operation itself was greatly expanded and revised. The authorities in Washington knew that in order to prove its innocence, they'd have to get rid of the boss, and that one of their own would have to do the job. The public couldn't be allowed to find out about it. Not ever. This, they concluded, would be the best way to keep the whole thing under wraps. The boss wouldn't be allowed to come back home alive, and she wouldn't be allowed to kill herself. Her life would be ended by her most beloved disciple. That was the way the government wanted it. That was the mission she was given, and she had no choice but to carry it out. Her death at your hands was a duty she had to fulfill. Out of duty, she turned her back on her own comrades. A lesser woman would have been crushed the taint of disgrace will follow her to her grave. Future generations will revile her. In America as a despicable traitor with no sense of honor. And in Russia as a monster who unleashed a nuclear catastrophe. She will go down in official history as a war criminal. And no one will ever understand her. That was her final mission. And like a true soldier, she saw it through to the end. But I think she wanted you, of all people, to know the truth. She wanted to live on in your memory. Not as a soldier, but as a woman. But she was forbidden to tell you herself. And that's why she told me. Snake, history will never know what she did. No one will ever learn the truth. Her story, her debriefing, will endure only in your heart. Everything she did for her country. She sacrificed her life and her honor for her native land. She was a real hero. She was a true patriot.
Guarda che adesso arriva il pezzo forte. Adesso arriva, adesso fa tutto con la chitarrina. Senti. Aspetta. Proprio tum. Turududum. Accoppiamo dai russi.
Yes, Grozny and the research facility have both been wiped out without a trace. I understand, sir, but they were necessary sacrifices. Yes, the CIA has taken care of the boss themselves. I believe the White House will be satisfied. Khrushchev is finished. Your time has finally arrived. Yes, the American president is relying on us to keep a lid on the whole affair. We've got him by the balls. It should make a valuable trump card in future negotiations. Yes, Chief Director, of course. I'll keep the KGB informed. Yes, it's me. The boss has accomplished her mission. The philosopher's legacy is now safely with us, in America's hands.
Ma com'è possibile?
With this money, yes, the philosophers can finally be revived. The film we handed the Chinese was a fake. Peking must be in an uproar right about now. I'm afraid so. Only half the money is made it back to the United States. The KGB must still have part of the legacy. Yes, the weapon has been reduced to ashes.
Capito, ragazzi? Borghi era scemo. Pensava di avere tutta l'eredità, invece ne aveva solo metà.
Grad has been obliterated.
Sto scemo fino alla fine.
Yes, that was the boss's work too. Speaking of which, I've obtained something from Granin that you might find interesting. It's a revolutionary new nuclear attack system. Perhaps it might just come in handy someday. Yes, we have Snake to thank for that. Khrushchev believed it as well. Yes, they bought our story. I don't think they'll be making a fuss. The secondary alert has been lifted as well. And the Soviets still haven't discovered my true identity. They have no idea that I've been triple-crossing them. I will continue my activities as a contact for the new government. Yes, it appears that no one knew that I was Adam. Of course, I'm always at the CIA's disposal.
Mr. Director?
Mr. Director.
Ho ucciso una persona, sono un mostro. Un mostro. Chi hai ucciso? Un povero stronzo. Ho premuto troppo a fondo il cerchio per sbaglio. Non era mia intenzione. Purtroppo non si torna indietro. Le paghi le conseguenze. Avrai quel tizio nella tua coscienza per sempre. Oltre a The Boss. Tutta sta roba qui era un bordello sbloccarla su PlayStation 2 nell'HD Collection, bastava finire il gioco una volta. E tanta roba la dovevi scaricare sulla memory card, ti collegavi a internet e scaricavi ste mimetiche aggiuntive che pesavano tipo 2 megabyte, quindi ti occupava tutta la memoria. Scaricavi 3 mimetiche e riempivi la memory card intera. Dicevi sì, ma scusa, ma col cazzo, cioè, non mi sembra il caso. Controllo fisso disco. Dov'è Kennino? 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 E niente ragazzi, aspettiamo sto remake adesso, dai. Magari in attesa del remake rifacciamo anche Rank Big Boss. Ci sta. Sono stato abbastanza arrugginito qui. Sono morto contro Volgin, è stato vergognoso la morte contro Volgin. Però era proprio on fire. Material per engage. No, no, facciamo Portable Ops. Voglio fare Portable Ops, ragazzi. Allora, domani no, che domani lavoro il pomeriggio. Dopodomani si può fare. O domani si fa una bella live pomeridiana. Per me ci sta. Che non l'ho mai portato su Twitch. Non l'ho mai streamato. Lo streamammo da critichino quella volta lì. Lo giocò lui. Dopodomani, domenica o lunedì? Domenica. Sono a casa sia domenica che lunedì in realtà. Quindi uno dei 2 giorni. Ma penso domenica comunque. Domani dovrei arrivare a casa. Non mi ricordo se alle 11 o a mezzanotte. Però se arrivo a 11 a mezzanotte non mi sembra il caso. Direi di fare qualcos'altro. Devo vendicarmi su Volgin. Dov'è? Questo.
Let's see you dodge this one! Here it comes!
Ah, cosa?
Give it up!
Oh no, che nino.
Give it up!
Lo picchio, che nino, lo picchio.
Son of a bitch!
Fight like a man, boy. I'm a snake, follow me.
I'm a snake, follow me.
I'm a snake.
Ciro.
Post. Ce l'ho fatta. No damage. European Extreme. Ho fatto anche la difficoltà aggiuntiva. Ma secondo me non cambia nulla tra estremo e europeo e estremo, ragazzi.
Ma secondo me stai esagerando.
Dai, a livello di difficoltà ti è sembrato più difficile di quello che ho affrontato prima. Cioè, questo dovrebbe essere più difficile di quello di prima. Senza neanche usare il funghetto, la maschera, il tubo. C'era anche qualcos'altro che si poteva usare con lui, mi sa. Funzionano tutti una volta sola quelle cose lì. C'è la raganella. Ah, la raganella, giusto. La raganella, butti la raganella e lui fa Kuwabara, Kuwabara.
Kuwabara, Kuwabara.
Nino calma, eh.